Chapter 21 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Daniel Webster, 1782 to 1852, by Reverend Dr. Tweedy. Daniel Webster, the American statesman, was born in the town of Salisbury, in the county of Merrimack, New Hampshire, America, on January 18, 1782. His mother, a woman of deep piety, was his first teacher. His father was a man of singular but quiet energy, and the training of the youthful statesman was well fitted to prepare him, at least in some respects, for the work which it fell to his lot to perform. From his mother's lips were first received the vital truths of the Bible, and the first copy of that book ever owned by Webster was her gift. Long subsequent to this period, and in the full blaze of his fame, he could say that he had never been able to recollect the time when he could not read the Bible, and supposed that his first schoolmistress began to teach him when he was 3 or 4 years of age. The first schoolhouse was built of logs, and stood about half a mile from his father's house, not very far from the beautiful Merrimack. All was then humble enough with this great American statesman. He attended school only during the winter months, and assisted his father in the business of his farm and his mill as soon as he had strength for doing so. He was, however, the brightest boy at school, and when the tempting reward of a knife was promised to the scholar, who committed to memory the greatest number of verses from the Bible, Daniel came with whole chapters, which the master could not find time to hear and repeat in full. The boy secured the knife, and his delighted teacher subsequently told the father of that child that he would do God's work in justice if gifts so promising were not nurtured at college. But that consummation was not to be very soon realized. For some time Daniel had to assist his father at a sawmill, but so resolute was he in acquiring knowledge and training the mind, while toiling with the body, that the operations at the mill were systematically interspersed with studies well fitted to form and to embrace the embryo patriot for his great life work. The saw took about 10 minutes to cleave a log, and young Webster, after setting the mill in motion, learned to fill up these 10 minutes with reading. As a patriot, a statesman, an orator, and a scholar, he became famous, and was called the greatest intellectual character of his country. And we see where he laid the foundation of his greatness, by persistent and invincible ardor, even in early boyhood. That magnanimous kindliness and tenderness of heart, which entered so largely into his character, was fostered amid such scenes, and of all the men whose memories we are fain to embalm, he ranks among the least indebted to causality, and the most to indefatigable earnestness for the position to which he eventually rose. Amid the forest wilds of America, his perseverance laid the foundation of power, of learning, of fame, and of goodness. A simple incident which happened about this period decided his life pursuit. He discovered a copy of the Constitution of the United States, as drawn up by some of her ablest statesmen. It was printed upon a cotton handkerchief, which he purchased in a country store with what was then his all, and which amounted to 25 cents. He was about 8 years of age when that took place, and learned then for the first time either that there were United States or that they had a Constitution. From this date, or about the year 1790, his path through life was decided not formally, but really, not by any avowal, but by fostered predilection. Meanwhile, other influences were at work. The father of this New Hampshire boy was strict in his religious opinions and observances, and the son had to conform, sometimes with a grudge at the restraint, but with effects of a vitally beneficial nature to the future patriot. His father then kept a place of entertainment where teamsters halted to bait, and the attractions of the place were increased by the fact that young Webster often regaled those visitors by his readings. The Psalms of David were his favorite, and there, when only about 7 years of age, he first imparted that pleasure by his oratory, which he afterward carried up to the highest level which an American citizen can reach. To that humble abode Webster once returned in his declining years, and with streaming eyes decanted on the various events of the home of his youth. The school which he attended during the winter months was about 3 miles from his father's house, and he had often to travel thither through deep snow. At the age of 14 he attended a somewhat more advanced academy for a few months, and his first effort at public speaking there was a failure. He burst into tears. His antipathy to public declamation appeared insurmountable, and neither frowns nor smiles could overcome the reluctance. It was overcome, for when young Webster felt the power which was in him, he boldly employed it. At first, however, he was a failure as a public speaker. With all this, he went forward in the acquisition of knowledge and the bracing of his mind, and in his 15th year he once undertook to repeat 500 lines of Virgil, if his teacher would consent to listen. About this time the elder Webster disclosed to his son his purpose, to send him to college. The talents of the boy and the counsels of friends pointed out that as a proper path, and that son himself will describe the effects of his father's information. "I could not speak," he says. "How could my father, I thought, with so large a family, and in such narrow circumstances, think of incurring so great an expense for me?" As I laid my head on his shoulder and wept. That boy, however, had further difficulties to surmount. He had to leave one of his schools to assist his father in the hay harvest. He had, moreover, the hindrance of a slender and sickly constitution. But the Bible, side by side with some standard authors, had now become his English classics, while Cicero, Virgil, Horace, Demosthenes, and others were his manuals in ancient literature. It was knowledge pursued under unusual difficulties, but in spite of all, acquired to an unusual extent. So indomitable and persistent was the boy that in a few months he mastered the difficulties of the Greek tongue, and finally graduated at Dartmouth when he was 18 years of age. Incidents are recorded which show that during his residence at college he was determined to hold the first place or none. It was at Dartmouth that Webster's patriotism first flashed forth with true American ardor, a harbinger to his whole future career. He had now mastered his boyish aversion to oratory, and on July 4th, 1800, the 24th anniversary of American independence, he delivered an oration full of patriotic sentiment, manifesting the decided bent of his mind, and deserving a place, in the opinion of some, among the works which he subsequently published. He was then only 18 years of age. To increase the straitened funds of the family, Daniel Webster for some time kept a school at Freeburg in Maine. His income there, eked out by other means, which were the wages of indomitable industry, enabled him to send his brother Ezekiel to college, the grand object which he had in view in becoming a schoolmaster. He was, however, all the while prosecuting his studies in law, and in the year 1805 entered on the duties of a legal practitioner at Boston. His familiar title in the country where he resided was All Eyes. He had used them with singular advantage. In Boston, at Portsmouth, and elsewhere, he continued these pursuits, and he thus early adopted some of the maxims which guided him through life. There are evils greater than poverty. What bread you eat, let it be the bread of independence. Live on no man's favor. Pursue your profession. Make yourself useful to the world. You will have nothing to fear. Such were his convictions, and he embodied them in deeds. One instance of his generosity is recorded at this period. His father had become embarrassed. The devoted son hastened to liquidate his father's debt, and he did it with a decision like that which signalized him all his days. He resided as a lawyer at Portsmouth for about 9 years. It was in the year 1812 that Webster was first elected a member of Congress, and he reached that elevation by his masterly ability in the affairs of his profession. By persistent patience first, and then by resistless power, he took up the foremost position in the sphere in which he moved. He appeared in the majesty of intellectual grandeur, like one who was all might and soul, and poured forth the stores of an opulent mind, in a manner which was entirely his own. His words had both weight and fire, and the contrast is now great between the boy who broke down and wept at his first declamation, and the man bending opponents to his will by his energy and indomitable zeal. The laurel of victory, it has been fondly said, was preferred to him by all, and bound his brow for one exploit till he went forth to another. In his 30th year, he entered the field of politics, like one who made up his mind to be decided, firm and straightforward, and such was the serenity of this great soul amid wild commotions that the enthusiast mistook it for apathy, the fierce for lukewarmness. It was the great calm of profound conviction, borne up by a thorough reliance on the right as to time, as to degree, and as to resources for the battle of life. From the day on which he threw himself into the political arena, he belonged to the United States, and not to his native county alone. Crowds soon gathered round one who mastered so many difficulties, and taken his place among the kingly men who rule the spirits whom they are born first to subdue, and then to bind themselves by the spell of genius. It is well known that this man, so humble in his origin, yet so masterly in his mind, passed through all the gradations of rank that are open to an American citizen, up to the right hand of the highest. We have seen when he entered Congress in 1841 he became Secretary of State, and from that period bore the place in American politics which would be readily conceded in this ardent country to one who was deemed and called the mastermind of the world. In his love of freedom, Webster had been likened to Washington, or expressly called his equal in regard to patriotism and true greatness. It is not wonderful, therefore, that his patriot friends proposed him as a President of the United States. He failed, and felt the failure, but soothed his disappointment by the conviction that no man could take away from him what he had done for his country. Those who loved and admired him thought that the word president would have dimmed the luster of the name of Daniel Webster, and they add, in regard to his disappointment, if we must sorrow that what men expected can never come to pass, let us not weep for him, but for our country. Others, however, were of the opinion that Webster was rejected and lost, while those who look deeper at the causes of events may see in that disappointment the needful antidote administered by the supreme wisdom to ward off the danger of too universal a success. This gifted and ambitious man was suffered to take an active part in the government of one of the greatest of the nations. By his bold and manly grasp of American interests, he did much to weld the different states more closely into one. He negotiated, on the part of his country, some of the most important treaties which promote the peace and the amity of nations. For example, what is called the Ashburton Treaty with Great Britain, and it would have seemed too much for one mortal, successful as Webster had already been, to be lifted to an official level with princes. That was denied him. His empire was not countries, it was minds. He was to be trained for a nobler exaltation than a throne. Little has yet been said regarding Webster as an orator. It was mainly in that respect, however, that he surpassed his fellows, and mainly by that means was he enabled to ascend to the highest position which he held so long. The versatility of his powers was very great, and the mode in which he sometimes employed them was not a little remarkable. He had on one occasion spent several hours with his colleagues in adjusting some important questions involving the interests of kingdoms, and on returning home he sportively sallied forth and purchased some eggs, on the principle of seeing how extremes meet, in regard to occupation as well as in other respects. But there were serious things mixed with his jests, and as an orator Webster stands in the first rank, if not foremost, in the New World. When it was known that he was to speak, the excitement sometimes amounted to a furor, and $100 have been paid for a ticket of admission to hear him. Meanwhile, the avenues that led to his arena were blocked up by the crowds pressing for admittance, and when he did appear, it was to rouse, to agitate, and convulse. He felt what he said in his inmost soul, and his words were winged with fire, even while they were massively powerful and connected with a logic which tolerated no breaks in the chain. Webster reached the allotted term of mortal existence, and in his 71st year passed away alike from the frowns and the applause of mortals. On the morning of Sabbath, October 24th, 1852, he was summoned away. Though much enfeebled, his mind was calm, and he died with the confidence of a little child, reposing on the mercy of his God as revealed in the Savior. Among his last utterances was this: "Heavenly Father, forgive my sins, and welcome me to thyself through Christ Jesus." His very last words were, "I still live," and his loving, weeping friends took them up as a prediction of that immortality on which he was about to enter. Through life he had hallowed the Sabbath, and he died upon it. The autumn was his favorite season, and he passed away amid its mellow glories, after affectionately and solemnly taking leave of his weeping wife, children, kindred, and friends, down to the humblest members of his household. His death, it is supposed, was hastened by injuries received by the breaking down of his carriage, but it did not find him unprepared. Long years before he had erected his own tomb, and there on a plain marble slab over the door the visitor reads the simple inscription, "Daniel Webster." Some 10,000 friends, countrymen, and lovers helped to lay him there, and one of the orations pronounced in connection with his departure was thus touchingly closed: "The clasped hands, the dying prayers, O my fellow citizens, this is a consummation over which tears of pious sympathy will be shed, after the glories of the Forum and the Senate are forgotten." The following letter to a friend on the choice of a profession, written by Webster when only 22 years of age, is reprinted from the Life of Daniel Webster by George Ticknor Curtis, through the courtesy of D. Appleton & Company, the publishers, and with the permission of the widow and heirs of the author. What shall I do? Shall I say, "Yes, gentlemen," and sit down here to spend my days in a kind of comfortable privacy? Or shall I relinquish these prospects and enter into a profession where my feelings will be constantly harrowed by objects either of dishonesty or misfortune, where my living must be squeezed from penury, for rich folks seldom go to law, and my moral principle continually be at hazard? I agree with you that the law is well calculated to draw forth the powers of the mind. But what are its effects on the heart? Are they equally propitious? Does it inspire benevolence and awake tenderness? Or does it, by a frequent repetition of wretched objects, blunt sensibility and stifle the still small voice of mercy? The talent with which heaven has entrusted me is small, very small, yet I feel responsible for the use of it, and am not willing to pervert it to purposes reproachful or unjust, nor to hide it like the slothful servant in a napkin. Now, I will enumerate the inducements that draw me toward the law. First and principally, it is my father's wish. He does not dictate, it is true, but how much short of dictation is the mere wish of a parent, whose labors of life are wasted on favors to his children. Even the delicacy with which the wish is expressed gives it more effect than it would have had in the form of a command. Secondly, my friends generally wish it. They are urgent and pressing. My father even offers me, I will sometimes tell you what, and Mr. Thompson offers my tuition gratis, and to relinquish his stand to me. On the whole, I imagine I shall make one more trial in the ensuing autumn. If I prosecute the profession, I pray God to fortify me against its temptations. To the winds I dismiss those light hopes of eminence which ambition inspired and vanity fostered. To be honest, to be capable, to be faithful, to my client and my conscience, I earnestly hope will be my first endeavor. I believe you, my worthy boy, when you tell me what are your intentions. I have long known and loved the honesty of your heart, But let us not rely too much on ourselves. Let us look to some fallible guide to direct us among the temptations that surround us. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. William Henry Seward, 1801 to 1872, by Hon. Charles E. Fitch. William Henry Seward, the American statesman, was born in Florida, Orange County, New York, May 16, 1801, and died at Auburn in the same state, October 10, 1872. Precocious in his studies, he pursued his preliminary education in his native village, and at the age of 15 entered as a sophomore Union College. Then, under the presidency of Eliphalet Nutt, between whom and his pupil a lifelong friendship, illustrated by mutual confidence and counsel, was early established. Seward's college course, especially brilliant in rhetoric and the classics, was interrupted in his senior year by a residence of 6 months as a teacher in Georgia, where previous impressions against African slavery were confirmed by observations of its workings. Returning to college, he was graduated with high honors in 1820, the subject of his commencement oration being the integrity of the American Union. He was admitted to the bar at Utica in October of 1822, and in January of 1823 settled at Auburn as a partner of Judge Eliah Miller, whose daughter he married in October 1824. Although certain features of the law, its technicalities and uncertainties, were repugnant to him, he was soon in the full tide of professional success, and in the opening of the circuit courts to equity jurisprudence, found much that was in harmony with his sense of justice. He was also from the first interested in politics, for which he had decided genius. He came upon the stage in the closing days of the era of good feeling under President Monroe, when parties were again dividing upon the issues that have mainly obtained throughout the constitutional era. He approved the principles of Hamilton, although his boyish training had been in the Jeffersonian school. Enunciating his views with precision and felicity of diction, his voice and pen were in constant request, and he rapidly rose to distinction until in 1834 he was the acknowledged leader in the state of the Whig party and its candidate for governor. Meanwhile, he had supported DeWitt Clinton, the champion of internal improvements, and in 1824 drafted for the Republican convention of his county a trenchant address detailing the history and criticizing the aims of the Albany Regency, which inspired the hostility to that famous clique that compressed its overthrow 14 years later. Among his notable utterances of this period were an address on Grecian independence at Auburn in 1827, a 4th of July oration at Syracuse in 1831, in which Calhoun's dogma of secession was denounced, and a eulogy on Lafayette at Auburn in 1834. In 1828 he presided over the Young Men's Convention at Utica in behalf of the renomination of President Adams, and declined a congressional nomination. In 1830 he was elected by the Anti-Masons to the state senate and was re-elected in 1832. He had a prominent and influential part in the deliberations of that body, although its youngest member, and in the political minority, whose addresses to the people he wrote at the close of each session. His most notable speeches were those for the common school and canal systems, the abolition of imprisonment for debt, the amelioration of prison discipline, and the reform of the militia law, and against corporate monopolies, increasing judicial salaries, Governor Marcy's loan law, and the removal of the deposits by President Jackson. The Senate was then a constituent portion of the Court of Errors, the tribunal of last resort, and Seward delivered many opinions which materially enhanced his legal reputation. In one instance, he carried, with substantial unanimity, the court with him against the views of the presiding judge, the eminent Chancellor Walworth. In 1833, he made a rapid tour of Europe, embodying his reflections in letters to the Albany Evening Journal, then edited by Thurlow Weed, between whom and Seward there was, for 50 years, an intimate and unbroken attachment unique in political annals. In 1838, he was again the Whig candidate for governor and defeated Governor Marcy, his former rival, his victory being the precursor of the national Whig triumph in 1840, in which year he was re-elected. He was inaugurated January 1, 1839. His message to the legislature, embracing, with a masterly exposition of Whig policies, certain suggestions of his own concerning immigration, education, and eleemosynary institutions, that revealed the Catholic spirit, and the philosophical habit which, despite his party fealty, he consistently exhibited. This message outlined the conduct of the administration that succeeded, enlightened in its scope, liberal to all classes, distinctly loyal to the Union, yet jealousy guarding against any infringement of the rights of the state. It widened educational privileges, urged the prosecution of the public works, including the enlargement of the Erie Canal, granted franchises to railways, removed imprisonment for debt, and the remaining guarantees of slavery from the statute books, composed the anti-rent troubles and executed the laws within the insurrectionary section, perfected the banking system, and proposed jury trials for fugitive slaves, and a constitutional amendment abolishing the property qualification for the colored suffrage. Governor Seward's regard for the dignity of the state was displayed by his refusal to discharge from custody without trial one Alexander McLeod, a citizen of Canada, held for the burning of the steamer Caroline in New York waters, although the demand of the British government to that effect was supplemented by the request of Presidents Harrison and Tyler. His abhorrence of slavery was accentuated in his denial of the application of the governor of Virginia for the rendition of seamen charged with the abduction of a slave, upon the ground that the offense, if defined as a crime in Virginia, was not so in New York, and he did not hesitate to add that his feelings coincided with his conception of his constitutional prerogative. When a Democratic Assembly subsequently passed resolutions disapproving his action, he declined to transmit them to the Virginia authorities, and he also failed to respond to a similar requisition from South Carolina. His proposition for the employment of Roman Catholic teachers in the common schools showed his independence of partisan behest and popular clamor. Leaving office in 1843, he passed the next 6 years in professional labors, varied by occasional addresses of a literary or patriotic cast, and by many Whig speeches in the campaigns of 1844 and 1848. To his practice in the state courts was united that in patent cases which not only brought him a lucrative clientage, but largely increased his acquaintance with public men at Washington. His gubernatorial service had given him national fame, and he was, although not in public life, esteemed as one of the national leaders of his party. In the courts he commanded respect for the clearness and strength of his arguments, but even there he was at his best when his heart inspired his speech with fervor, as in his pleas for Van Zandt and others charged with harboring fugitive slaves, the defense of Greeley in the copper libel suit, and of the Michigan rioters, may be cited as instances of his persuasiveness before juries, but that in the case of William Freeman is celebrated both for its own quality and the intrepidity of its author. Gladstone has characterized it as the greatest forensic effort in the English language, not excluding the masterpiece of Erskine. It is a plea for life of a brutalized Negro who butchered a whole family under circumstances of peculiar atrocity. The deed was without excuse or palliation, save in the insanity of the perpetrator, of which Seward became convinced and volunteered as counsel amid the surprise, imprecations, and threats of the Auburn community where the case was at issue. The moment was a supreme one for him, but he did not hesitate. Without reward or the hope of reward, even in the gratitude of the insensate wretch for whom he risked his professional standing and public favor, he worked as indefatigably as though the weightiest honors and emoluments depended thereon, from the impaneling of the jury to the failure of the executive clemency. But Freeman's death in prison, and the autopsy that disclosed the morbid condition of his brain, fully vindicated Seward's analysis and exalted him in public regard. On March 4, 1849, coincident with the accession of General Taylor to the presidency, Seward entered the United States Senate, having been chosen thereto by a large majority of the legislature of New York. When he took his seat, the Whig party was already divided upon the slavery question, and Seward, by virtue of his previous utterances and his skill as a politician, became the exponent of the free soil element, as also the representative of the administration, an unprecedented trust to be confided to a senator in his first term. He thus found himself in opposition to Webster and Clay, and especially to the omnibus bill of the latter, a measure intended to reconcile conflicting claims concerning the admission of new states, the status of slavery in the territories, and the protection to be accorded it in the free states. On March 11, 1850, he made a speech, generally pronounced to be his ablest, as it is certain his most noteworthy deliverance, in which he declared that there is a law higher than the Constitution, whose authority may be invoked in legislation for the national domain. The death of General Taylor brought him into collusion with President Fillmore, who hailed from New York, and was largely indebted for his vice presidential nomination to Seward's kindly offices. Fillmore urged the adoption of the Compromise Scheme, and signed the separate bills therefore as they successively passed Congress, thereby incurring censure at the North, while Seward retained his ascendancy with the anti-slavery masses throughout the country, as well as with the Whigs of New York. He was reelected to the Senate in 1855 by a combination of Whigs and anti-Nebraska Americans, and on October 12th of that year, at Albany, formally announced his adhesion to the new Republican Party. In the Senate, he easily ranked as one of its most polished and effective speakers, who, while resolutely maintaining his own convictions, scrupulously preserved the amenities of debate. He especially distinguished himself by his earnest, yet unavailing resistance to the repeal of the Missouri Compromise. Among his popular addresses of conspicuous merit are those on the elements of empire in America, at Union College in 1843, Daniel O'Connell at New York in 1847, John Quincy Adams before the New York Legislature 1848, The Destiny of America at Columbus, Ohio, and The True Basis of American Independence at New York in 1853, The Development of the American People at Yale College in 1854, and The Irrepressible Conflict, that is, between freedom and slavery, at Rochester, New York in 1858. He made an extended tour in Europe, Egypt, and Palestine in 1859. The Republicans met in a national convention at Chicago in 1860, flushed with anticipated success. Northern opposition to the extension of slavery had combined, and the democracy was being resolved into antagonistic factions. Seward's nomination for the presidency seemed assured. He was the foremost statesman in his party. He had crystallized its ideas, interpreted its creed, and marshaled its forces. He had an enthusiastic following who believed that the occasion had met the man, but there were others who objected that his very superiority would provoke assault against him, which might hurt the cause for which he stood. They reasoned against his availability, and their argument prevailed. He led on the first two ballots in the convention, but on the third, Abraham Lincoln, then comparatively unknown, became the Republican standard-bearer. Seward met this reverse tranquilly, rebuked certain manifestations of disaffection, preferred the candidate his hearty support, and in a series of remarkably able and eloquent speeches, extending from Massachusetts to Kansas, contributed materially to his election. Seward accepted the portfolio of state in Lincoln's cabinet and immediately assumed the gravest responsibilities. American relations with foreign governments during the Civil War were uniformly serious and sometimes perilous. The duties of the Secretary of State were exacting and delicate. Seward, by his tact and discretion, as well as his courage and wisdom, kept peace with the world, without debasing the honor or forfeiting the rights of the Republic. One of the most intricate issues arose in the first year of the war. It is known as the Trent case. Mason and Slidell, Confederate envoys to England and France respectively, were forcibly taken by an American naval commander from a British vessel and lodged in Fort Warren. The American public was exultant over the capture and protested vigorously against their release, but Seward had to decide officially the question of their surrender to the British government, and when the demand was duly made, he yielded to it, basing his conclusion with admirable adroitness not only upon the International Comity but also upon American precedents. The President, at first disposed to take the contrary view, conceded the force of Seward's argument. The people acquiesced, and a war with England was avoided. Seward's state papers and dispatches are models of style, and by their frankness of statement and hopefulness of tone, did much to sustain the Union cause abroad. In accord with Lincoln in holding that the paramount task of the government was to subdue rebellion against it and discouraging precipitate movements for the abolition of slavery, he was also in accord with the President in the policy of emancipation, as ultimately formulated, and on January 1, 1863, attested the proclamation which has made the name of Lincoln immortal. He proclaimed the adoption of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, by which slavery was abolished, December 18, 1865, and of the 14th, conferring suffrage and civil rights upon the freedmen, July 26, 1868. On February 3, 1865, he attended with the President the so-called Peace Conference in Hampton Roads with Messrs. Stevens, Hunter, and Campbell, the Confederate commissioners. The conference was fruitless, owing to the inflexible determination of the President not to entertain any proposals that did not involve the complete restoration of the national authority as a condition precedent. Lincoln began his second term, March 4, 1865. Seward remained in the cabinet. On April 5th, Seward was badly injured by being thrown from his carriage. 9 days thereafter, Lincoln visited him in his sick chamber. It was their last meeting. On the same evening, Lincoln was assassinated, and the murder of Seward was attempted. He was stabbed in several places in the head and throat, and for several days his life was despaired of. But he slowly recovered, and in June resumed his desk in the State Department, President Johnson having urged him to retain it. He continued in office throughout Johnson's administration, favoring the Reconstruction policy of his chief, without, however, incurring the active hostility of his Republican friends. Distinctive events of his second term were his maintenance of the Monroe Doctrine, and the refusal to recognize the French Empire in Mexico, and the purchase of Alaska, which was in consonance with views long entertained by him as to the propriety of the expansion of the territory of the United States upon the continent of North America. In the best sense of the term, he was an advocate of manifest destiny, and was proud of the acquisition of the Russian territory at the far north, a treaty which he negotiated for the cession of the Danish West India Islands of St. Thomas and St. John, failed of ratification by the Senate. He retired to private life March 4, 1869, and within the next 3 years visited Alaska and Mexico, and made a journey around the world, being everywhere received with official welcome and popular acclaim. The last few months of his life were passed at his home, where he dictated the story of his travels and began his Autobiography, which, even in its unfinished state, is a charming narrative. Seward achieved greatness as an executive, a legislator, and a diplomatist, was one of the most accomplished writers of his time, and was second only to Lincoln among civilians in conserving American nationality and enlarging American liberties. There is a statue to his memory in Madison Square, New York, and on November 15, 1888, another was unveiled in the front of the Auburn homestead, William M. Evarts delivering the oration. Charles Francis Adams also paid his tribute in an address at the Capitol in Albany in 1873 upon invitation of the New York legislature. Seward published a volume on The Life and Public Services of John Quincy Adams, 1849. His essays, speeches, and extracts from his diplomatic correspondence, etc., edited by Charles E. Baker, with a memoir, embraced 5 volumes. His adopted daughter published his Travels Around the World in 1873, and his Autobiography to 1834 has been supplemented by a memoir by his son, Frederick W. Seward, with extracts from his letters and selections from his table talk. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Abraham Lincoln, 1809 to 1865, by Terence Vincent Powderly. Born in obscurity and poverty, with health and a good disposition as a heritage from nature, and with Christian parents as teachers and guides, Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States, entered upon life's journey through toil and vicissitude to fame and immortality. Abraham Lincoln, grandfather of the President, was born in Union, Pennsylvania, and in 1759 removed with his parents to a point near Harrisonburg, Virginia. John Hanks and Squire Boone, father of Daniel Boone, were neighbors of the Lincolns at Union. The former took up his residence at Harrisonburg, Virginia, and Squire Boone removed to Holman's Ford on the Yadkin River in North Carolina. When he was 21 years old, Abraham Lincoln went to North Carolina to visit his old neighbors, the Boones, and while there met and married Mary Shipley. He built a log cabin on the banks of the Yadkin and lived there several years. Here it was that Thomas Lincoln, father of the President, was born. Shortly after his birth, his parents in 1778 removed to Kentucky and settled near Elizabethtown in Hardin County. In 1784, when Thomas was but 6 years old, his father was killed by the Indians, and there were no schools in the neighborhood, and Thomas Lincoln grew to manhood without receiving an education. Joseph Hanks, son of John Hanks, removed to Kentucky at about the time that Abraham Lincoln moved there from North Carolina. His daughter, Nancy Hanks, who was born and educated in Virginia, grew up a playmate of Thomas Lincoln, and in 1806 became his wife. Thomas Lincoln selected a farm near Hodgensville, now the county seat of LaRue County, Kentucky, built a log cabin containing but one room, in which, on February 12, 1809, Abraham Lincoln, the future president, was born. A poor farmer, with no education and no capital other than his labor, Thomas Lincoln found little to encourage his stay in Kentucky. The institution of slavery, which lived on the toil of the black man, threw a dark shadow across the path of the poor white, who could claim no title to property in human flesh and sinew, and in 1817 he removed from Kentucky to Spencer County, Indiana, and settled in the forest of Pigeon Creek near the town of Gentryville. On October 5, 1818, Mrs. Lincoln died, and was laid to rest at the foot of a tree on the farm which her husband had hewed out of the forest with his axe. 18 months after the death of his wife, Mr. Lincoln married Mrs. Sarah Bush Johnston, a widow who had been a neighbor of his in Kentucky. To his stepmother, Abraham became very much attached, and he always entertained the greatest respect and affection for her. His education was very simple, his school days few, and his books fewer still. Before leaving Kentucky, he learned to read while listening to his mother as she gave lessons to his father. In 1814, a Catholic priest, Zachariah Riney, who traveled through the country, opened a school in an untenanted cabin at Hodgensville, and for a few weeks gave instructions to the youth of the neighborhood. Abraham attended this school during its brief existence. In 1822, Azel Dorsey was employed as a teacher at Pigeon Creek, Indiana, and during his short stay, Abraham Lincoln was his most attentive pupil. 2 years after, Abraham went to school for several months, and in 1824 his school days came to an end. His time at school did not exceed 12 months altogether. In the meantime, he had read Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, Aesop's Fables, the Bible, and Weems' Life of Washington. In 1824, his father, in need of his assistance as a breadwinner, began to instruct him in the carpenter trade. In 1825, he was employed at $6 a month to manage a ferry across the Ohio River at Gentry's Landing, near the mouth of Anderson Creek. His wages were paid to his father. The first money he earned for himself came in the shape of $2 paid to him by two gentlemen whose trunks he transferred from the shore to a passing steamer. In 1828, Mr. Gentry engaged him to go to New Orleans on a flatboat with a load of produce. In 1830, John Hanks, who had removed from Kentucky to Illinois, wrote to Thomas Lincoln urging him to move to that state. Acting on the advice, Mr. Lincoln removed to Illinois and settled at a point some 10 miles west of Decatur. Abraham Lincoln drove the ox team which hauled the household effects of the family, and wearing a coonskin cap, jean jacket, and a pair of buckskin trousers, he entered the state poor, friendless, and unknown. 30 years later, he left Illinois, the foremost man in the nation, and known to all the world. He assisted his father in clearing 15 acres of land, and split the rails with which to build the fence. Although of age, he had no money, and having but a scant supply of clothing, made a bargain with Nancy Miller to make him a pair of trousers. And as he was over 6 feet in height, it took 1,400 rails to pay for his trousers. On April 19, 1831, he went to New Orleans with a flatboat load of pigs, corn, pork, and beef. The pigs refusing to walk, Lincoln carried them aboard in his arms. John Hanks and Lincoln's half-brother John Johnston accompanied him on the trip. While in New Orleans, he first saw men and women sold as slaves, and as every instinct of his nature revolted at the spectacle, he said to John Hanks, "If I ever get a chance to hit that institution, I'll hit it hard." Returning from New Orleans, he went to New Salem to clerk in the store of Denton Offutt. While waiting for a shipment of goods, he acted as a clerk on a local election board, and thus filled his first political position. During his stay in New Salem, he was frequently called on to exercise his great strength in quelling disturbances, and inspired the turbulent elements of the place with a wholesome respect for his powers of muscular persuasion. He was not quarrelsome, never engaged in contention, but never hesitated to take his own part or that of another who might need a helping hand. He subscribed for the Louisville Journal and generously read its contents aloud to those who gathered in the store. During the Black Hawk War, he enlisted as private in a company which raised in the neighborhood and was at once elected captain. In a short time, the company was mustered out, and he re-enlisted in the Independent Spy Battalion, which continued in service until the end of the war. On returning to New Salem, he announced himself an independent candidate for the legislature, and at a meeting held during the canvass, made his first political speech in these words: "Fellow citizens, I presume you know who I am. I am humble Abraham Lincoln. I have been solicited by many friends to become a candidate for the legislature. My politics can be briefly stated. I am in favor of the internal improvement system and a high protective tariff. These are my sentiments and political principles. If elected, I shall be thankful. If not, it will be all the same." In the winter of 1832, he became a partner of a man named Berry in the purchase and management of a store. They had no money, but gave their notes. Berry became dissipated, lost interest in the business, and the firm failed. In 1833, President Jackson appointed Lincoln postmaster of New Salem. He remained postmaster until 1836. While holding the office, Lincoln voluntarily established the free delivery system in New Salem by carrying the letters around in his hat. He began the study of law, and was soon after appointed deputy surveyor. The note he gave on going into partnership with Berry had been sold to a man who wanted his money, and in the fall of 1834 the sheriff levied on and sold his instruments to satisfy the debt. In that year he was elected to the legislature, and borrowed the money with which to purchase a suit of clothes to go to the state capitol at Vandalia. He was re-elected to the legislature in 1836, and during the canvass declared his principles as follows: "I go for all sharing the privileges of the government who assist in bearing its burdens. Consequently, I go for admitting all whites to the right of suffrage who pay taxes and bear arms, by no means excluding females." A few years later, when questioned concerning that utterance, he said, "All questions of social and moral reform find lodgment first with enlightened souls who stamp them with their approval. In God's own time they will be organized into law, and thus woven into the fabric of our institutions." In 1836 he met Stephen A. Douglas for the first time at the state capitol. In 1837 he was admitted to the bar. In 1838 re-elected to the legislature, and again in 1840. The capital had been removed from Vandalia to Springfield, and in partnership with John T. Stewart he began the practice of law in that city in 1839. On November 4th, 1842, he was married to Mary Todd, daughter of Honorable Robert S. Todd. In the presidential campaigns of 1840 and 1844, he canvassed the state as a presidential elector on the Whig ticket, and in both campaigns was pitted in joint debate against Stephen A. Douglas. In 1846 he was elected to the 30th Congress, and was the only Whig representative in that body from Illinois. On January 12, 1848, he made his first speech in Congress, on a resolution which he offered calling on the President to provide a statement relating to the war with Mexico. On January 16, 1849, he introduced a bill to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia and to compensate the owners of the liberated slaves. He declined a re-election to Congress, and in 1849 was an unsuccessful candidate for United States Senator. In 1850, he refused to accept the appointment as governor of Oregon, tendered him by President Fillmore. For a few years he gave no attention to political matters, but the introduction in Congress of the bill to admit Nebraska and Kansas to the Union, and the agitation for the repeal of the Missouri Compromise, aroused his interest, and in short time he became the leader of a new party in the state. All who opposed the repeal of that compromise, of whatever party, were known as anti-Nebraska in the beginning, but gradually they began to call themselves Republicans, and as such they carried most of the free state elections of 1854. Senator Douglas, in defending his course on the Nebraska bill, made speeches through Illinois. On October 1, 1854, Lincoln, in reply to one of these speeches, in speaking of slavery, said, "I hate it because it deprives our Republican example of its just influence in the world. It enables the enemies of free institutions to taunt us as hypocrites, causes the real friends of freedom to doubt our sincerity, is at war with the vital principles of civic liberty, contrary to the Declaration of Independence, and maintains that there is no right principle of action but self-interest. No man is good enough to govern another man without the other's consent. I object to the Nebraska bill because it assures there can be moral right in the enslaving of one man by another." He was a candidate for United States Senator in 1855, but his withdrawal from the contest gave the election to Mr. Trumbull. In 1856, he received 110 votes for vice president at the first Republican National Convention, and canvassed that state as one of the presidential electors. During this canvass, he said, "Sometimes when I am speaking, I feel that the time is soon coming when the sun shall shine and the rain fall on no man who shall go forth to unrequited toil. How it will come about, when it will come about, I cannot tell, but that time will surely come." The Supreme Court of the United States on March 6, 1857, committed itself to the perpetuation of slavery in the Dred Scott decision, and that act, together with the question of admitting Kansas to the Union as a slave or free state, furnished the argument for the legislative campaign of 1858, in which Lincoln was a candidate for United States Senator against Stephen A. Douglas. In his speech accepting the nomination, he, in referring to the agitation for the abolition of slavery, said, "In my opinion, it will not cease until a crisis shall have been reached and passed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the Union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall, but I do expect it will cease to be divided." On May 16, 1860, the Second Republican National Convention met in Chicago, and on the third ballot nominated Lincoln for the presidency over William H. Seward, who was at that time the idol of the radical element of the party. Not many who listened to the clergyman who delivered the prayer at the opening of the convention gave serious thought to these prophetic words as they fell from his lips. "We entreat thee, at some future, but no distant day, the evil which now invests the body politic shall not only have been arrested in its progress, but wholly eradicated from the system." The Northern Democrats nominated Stephen A. Douglas. The slaveholding Southern Democrats nominated John C. Breckinridge, and a Constitutional Union Party nominated John Bell. The Electoral College gave Lincoln 180 votes, Breckinridge 72, Bell 39, and Douglas 12. In his inaugural address, Lincoln said, "I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and have no inclination to do so." Although his inaugural breathed peace and conciliation in every line, it had no effect on the hot-headed advocates of secession. The war began with the bombardment of Fort Sumter on April 12, 1861, and ended with his death. On April 15th, he issued his first call for troops, and during his administration the total number called for was 2,759,049. With the exception of Russia, the foreign powers exhibited evidences of hostility to the Union, and when urged to retaliation, Lincoln said, "One war at a time, if you please, gentlemen." On May 20th, 1862, he signed the Homestead Law, a boon of inestimable value to settlers on land. On January 1st, 1863, he issued the Emancipation Proclamation, which stamped the seal of eternal truth on the Declaration of Independence. On November 19th, 1863, at the dedication of the Gettysburg Cemetery, he, in concluding a speech which should be committed to memory by every citizen of the nation, said, "It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that we here highly resolve that the dead shall not have died in vain, that the nation shall, under God, have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people, shall not perish from the earth." On June 8, 1864, he was renominated by the Republican National Convention. General McClellan was nominated by the Democrats, and at the election Lincoln received 212 of the 233 electoral votes cast. In concluding his inaugural address, March 4th, 1865, he said, "Both read the same Bible and pray to the same God, and each invokes his aid against the other. It may seem strange that any man should dare to ask God's assistance in wringing their bread from the sweat of other men's faces. But let us judge not, that we be not judged. Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. Yet if God wills that it continue until all the wealth piled by the bondsmen, 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn with the lash shall be paid by another drawn with the sword. As was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said, that the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether, with malice towards none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Let us finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphans, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and a lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. On the evening of April 14, 1865, while seated in a box at Ford's Theater, witnessing the play Our American Cousin, he was shot by an actor, J. Wilkes Booth, and at 22 minutes past 7 on the morning of the 15th, his life ended. His body was embalmed and taken in a funeral procession from Washington through Baltimore, Harrisburg, Philadelphia, New York, Albany, Buffalo, Cleveland, and Chicago to Springfield, and was buried on May 4th at Oak Ridge Cemetery. On October 15, 1874, his remains were taken up and placed in a tomb beneath a magnificent and elegantly designed monument, consisting of a statue of the martyred president and an obelisk of imposing appearance. No pen can do justice to the character of Lincoln, for the world will never know of the trials, embarrassments, and misgivings which beset him from his infancy in the backwoods to his tomb in Springfield. During his administration, he never knew a moment free from anxiety. Each day he faced a new problem, and finding no precedent to guide him in its solution, he acted in accordance with his own good common sense, and proved equal to every emergency. Frequently misunderstood by the nation and her foremost men, he removed all doubts by the touch of the statesman when the time was ripe. To fully estimate the statesman, we must know the man, and as years go by, the full nobility of his private character will be disclosed to the world in all its simple grandeur. He was a spirit of the greatest size and divinest metal, which no temptation could allure from the course of right. His administration was the most trying that could fall to the lot of man. No other furnished so many opportunities to amass wealth through speculation and intrigue, but greed and avarice were strangers to his nature, and no stain rests upon his memory. He was slow to arrive at conclusions, but when deliberation gave birth to conviction, he unfalteringly strove for the right. His education was practical, not theoretical, and was acquired in the school of nature and among men rather than among books. The basis of his life was earnestness. No rhetorical display marked his speech, but his oratory fastened the attention, appealed to reason, and carried conviction to the hearts of his listeners. He valued public opinion, for he said, "With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without public sentiment, nothing can succeed. Consequently, he who molds public sentiment goes deeper than he who enacts statutes or pronounces decisions." He opposed the extension of slavery rather than its abolition, but as he divined the real sentiments of its advocates, he realized that enduring peace would not bless the nation while the institution lived, a menace to free labor and industrial prosperity. He professed no religion, for his great heart throbbed in sympathy with all humanity, and he would not be separated from even the humblest among men by the artificial barriers of creed. He believed in the gospel of liberty and would guarantee it to all men through constitutional enactment. When he became president, he found slavery entrenched behind the bulwarks of constitutional law and judicial decision. He found a united South, resolute in her determination to perpetuate slavery in the nation, a vacillating North, divided on the sentiment on the great question of property in man. He found the nation in the throes of civil war and died in the triumphal hour of his country's deliverance, with the scepter of slavery shattered, her fetters broken and in rust, and her power crumbled to ashes. Public criticism never annoyed him, and he was not averse to taking counsel from the poorest among men. It was love of country, not selfish ambition, which turned his attention to public life. And toward the end of his administration he was rewarded by public confidence and a respect for his honesty and singleness of aim toward the good of the nation. He had a great relish for storytelling, and used his fund of anecdote to good advantage in illustrating points in conversation. His administration stands the guidepost of the centuries, set by the eternal as a dividing line between the serfdom of the past and the freedom of the future. His monument stands the altar of a nation's fame, and his name will live to guide the world to enfranchisement. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Horace Greeley, 1811 to 1872, by Noah Brooks. Horace Greeley was one of the few persons whose manhood fulfilled the precocious promise of his youth. He could read before he could speak plainly, and at the age of 6 he had declared that his purpose in life was to be a printer. At 11 he tried to be apprenticed at the village printing office and was unsuccessful. At the age of 14 he was taken on as an apprentice in the office of the Northern Spectator at East Pulteney, Vermont. His family were of Scottish-Irish origin, but had lived in the northern part of New Hampshire for several generations. Horace was born in Amherst, New Hampshire, February 3, 1811. So quick of apprehension was he, and so active was his intellect, that the commonest of common school education was for him sufficient. His schooling was only that which he could obtain during 3 or 4 months in winter, for at other seasons of the year he labored in the field with his father and brothers, and when he went to be an apprentice for 5 years in the printing office, he was paid a very slender pittance, the greater part of which he gave to his father, whose income was probably next to nothing. In June of 1830, the newspaper office in which young Greeley was learning his trade became insolvent, and Greeley, then in his 20th year, was released from his indentures. He tramped from office to office as a journeyman printer, and his father having removed to the then new country of western Pennsylvania, the youngster with $10 in his pocket, walking part way and part way earning his passage on a tugboat, entered the city of New York, August 18, 1831. For days he sought in vain for employment among the printing offices of the metropolis. He was gawky, poorly clad, and doubtless presented a very grotesque appearance to the cityfied people to whom he vainly applied for employment. Finally, he effected an entrance into one of the printing offices of the city, and, much to the surprise of those who sneered at his ungainly and unpromising figure, he straightway proved himself to be a competent, careful, and skillful printer. For 14 months or more he picked up odd jobs in the offices of the newspapers, always making friends and always managing to save a little money. Finally, at the beginning of 1833, in partnership with Francis V. Story, a printer, he established a penny paper called the Morning Post. This venture failed, but Greeley and Story saved from the wreck 2/3 of their capital, which was $150 all told, and still had on hand their type and materials. They now became master job printers, and made small contracts with persons who had newspaper printing to give out. In his New England boyhood, Greeley had occasionally contributed to the columns of the newspapers on which he worked, and now he resumed that employment. He wrote for several of the feeble newspapers of the time, and on the death of his partner, Francis Story, he associated himself with Jonas Winchester. The firm prospered, and in 1834 was strong enough to establish a weekly literary newspaper called The New Yorker. The first number of this paper appeared on March 22, 1834, and it sold 100 copies. For the 3 months next succeeding, this was the average of its weekly circulation. The paper gradually increased in popularity, and the name of its editor-in-chief, Horace Greeley, was now known and respected. He furnished editorials also to the Daily Whig and to other journals, and was selected by William H. Seward and Thurlow Weed for the editorship of a campaign paper called the Jeffersonian, published in Albany. This was a Whig newspaper, printed weekly, and the audacity, aggressiveness, and ability with which it was edited commanded the respect of its readers. The Jeffersonian was finally suspended in the spring of 1839, and during the presidential canvass of the following year, Greeley, foreseeing the activity of the campaign, seized upon the opportunity to establish a new campaign paper called the Log Cabin. This journal at once achieved the extraordinary circulation of 20,000 copies for its first edition. It succeeded beyond the most sanguine expectations of its founder, H. Greeley and Company, and in a few weeks the circulation ran up to 60,000, 80,000, and even 90,000 copies, a newspaper circulation in those days absolutely unprecedented. The Log Cabin was characterized by the homely wit, the unsparing logic, and the terseness and vigor of expression which were always Horace Greeley's most marked traits as a journalist. In the campaign of 1840, the Log Cabin became a family political paper, and on April 10, 1841, its name was supplanted by that of the New York Tribune. Its home was at 30 Ann Street, and Horace Greeley, its editor, promised that it should be worthy of the hearty approval of the virtuous and refined, and a welcome visitant to family firesides. As an editor, Mr. Greeley was eccentric, and his marked personal traits were perceptible in his management of his newspaper. He was severely temperate. Although opposed to prohibition, as impracticable, he was in favor of high protective tariff, opposed to slavery, predisposed to vegetarian diet, and at times manifested a proclivity to the doctrines of Fourier and Prudhomme. In his management of the Tribune, Mr. Greeley made a wide acquaintance with the newspapermen, politicians, and statesmen of the time. Among those associated with him in the management of his paper was Henry J. Raymond, who afterward became the founder of the New York Times. Those who rendered service to the Tribune were George William Curtis, Charles A. Dana, Margaret Fuller, Bayard Taylor, and others who subsequently achieved renown. Mr. Greeley himself has said that of his first issue of 5,000 copies of the paper, nearly all were with difficulty given away. The Tribune was first sold at 1 cent a copy. In a month's time it reached a circulation of 3,000, and a month later it had reached the extraordinary circulation of 11 and 12,000. The New Yorker and the Log Cabin had all been managed as weekly issues from the same office, but in September of the first year of the establishment of the Tribune, these were merged in what was now the New York Weekly Tribune, which at once leaped to a large circulation and became a great force throughout the country, especially in the rural districts. In 1842, Mr. Greeley began to print in his paper one column daily of matter on Fourierite topics, written by Albert Brisbane, and occasionally these theories were defended in his editorial columns, and he thereby gained a certain amount of obloquy from which he did not readily recover. The paper had the reputation of being not only extremely radical in its political views, but also committed to many of the isms of the times. It paid much attention to the spirit rappings of the Fox sisters of Rochester, and investigated the curious phenomenon with fearless open-mindedness. The Tribune prospered, though not greatly, and it was evident that Mr. Greeley's business management was never very successful, and it may be said that his greatest success as the editor of a prosperous and profitable newspaper was always achieved by the cooperation of wiser managers than himself. His personal appearance was peculiar, and he very soon became a well-known figure in the public life of New York. He usually wore a broad-brimmed, soft white hat and a light-colored overcoat, and his appearance, although always spotlessly neat, was characterized by a certain disorderliness which instantly attracted attention. He had a shrill, high-keyed voice. He was irascible in temper, and he was never the philosopher, which those who least knew him credit him with being. In an angry letter published in his own newspaper, he referred to the editor of the Daily Times as that little villain Raymond, and replying to an offensive charge against him by the Evening Post, he began with, "You lie, villain, willfully, wickedly, basely lie." Other passages at arms like these occasionally enlivened, if they did not disfigure, the editorial columns of the Tribune, over which Greeley exercised a personal censorship, which in later years he found it necessary to relax. He was sincerely and ardently devoted to the cause of protection, to the interests of the farmer and the laboring man, to sound money, and to all the ennobling and refining activities of social life. In spite of a careless personal manner, and a voice not at all agreeable to the ear, he became a popular and greatly sought public speaker. As a lecturer in the lyceums of towns and villages, then greatly in vogue, he was always an acceptable and greatly admired figure. In 1848 he was elected to the United States House of Representatives, to fill a vacancy for 3 months. With great vigor he charged upon several of the most prominent abuses of the time, and selecting the practice of paying mileage to congressmen, he assaulted that with a vehemence which ultimately destroyed it. As a member of Congress he also introduced the first bill to give free homesteads to actual settlers on the public lands. He was a candidate in 1861 for United States Senator, but was defeated by Ira Harris of Albany. In 1864, he was one of the Republican presidential electors, and in 1870 was nominated for Congress in a hopelessly Democratic district, and was defeated. He had always been an intense opponent of human slavery, and in 1848 his hostility to the war with Mexico was doubtless inspired by his dread of the extension of the slave system. He was an enthusiastic supporter of John C. Fremont, who was nominated for president by the Republicans in 1856, and he made his newspaper so dreaded and feared by the opposition that he was indicted in Virginia for circulating incendiary documents through its columns. During these years he was an incessant and untiring worker, and produced for the columns of his own and other newspapers a prodigious amount of matter. He had heretofore labored in politics in conjunction with William H. Seward, governor and afterwards United States Senator. In 1854, the separation between Greeley, Seward, and Thurlow Weed became established, and Mr. Seward's friends prevented the election of Mr. Greeley as a delegate to the Republican convention which nominated Abraham Lincoln in 1860. Greeley, however, obtained a seat as delegate in the convention, and as a representative from the state of Oregon, and in that capacity he, more than any other man, doubtless turned the tide against Mr. Seward, and in favor of Abraham Lincoln, who was nominated by the convention. At the breaking out of the Civil War, Mr. Greeley manifested great trepidation and reluctance to face the issue. He even advised in the Tribune that the erring sisters be allowed to depart in peace. But later he rallied manfully to the cause of the defense of the Union, and his newspaper rang with impassioned appeals for the freedom of the slaves held in bondage in the South. He incessantly urged a more vigorous prosecution of the war, and called upon President Lincoln to take every possible measure for the emancipation of the Southern bondmen. In 1864, being convinced that the cause of the rebellion was gradually weakening, he urged upon the President the policy of negotiating with the leaders of the Confederate government for a surrender of their warlike policy on conditions to be arrived at by commissioners from both sides. This proposition excited much indignation throughout the country, and when in answer to repeated demands from Mr. Greeley, President Lincoln authorized him to undertake such a conference at Niagara Falls, the people generally applauded the wisdom of the President, as well as the disappointment of Mr. Greeley when the conference came to naught. After the final surrender at Appomattox and the capture of the Confederate president, Mr. Greeley visited Richmond and signed the bail bond of Jefferson Davis. This action raised a storm of public censure, and he was for a time overwhelmed by the wrath and indignation of those who had been formerly associated with him in political affairs. He defended himself with great vigor, and fearlessly assailed those who stigmatized him as a sympathizer with the fallen rebel chieftain. He was not friendly to the nomination of General Grant in 1868, and disapproved of many of the schemes that marked his administration. Returning from a visit through the Southern states in the early years of President Grant's term, he brought to his newspaper some vigorous and outspoken denunciations of the carpetbag governments of the formerly rebel states, and denunciations of the scalawags who, he said, were the pests of the reconstructed states of the South. These and similar outgivings attracted the attention of a large element of the Republican Party, and he was nominated for the presidency against General Grant in 1872. Mr. Greeley's canvass was one of great picturesqueness and industry. He made a series of speeches extending over a tour from New England to the West, and returning to New York, which were marked by a most wonderful originality, freshness, and brilliance, but nothing could avail to stem the tide of prejudice which rose against him and in favor of General Grant. He had been nominated by the so-called liberal Republicans and by the Democrats, but he failed to carry any one of the northern states, and of the other states he carried only Georgia, Kentucky, Maryland, Missouri, Tennessee, and Texas. He was assailed during this canvass in the bitterest terms by those who regarded him as a turncoat and a traitor, and undoubtedly the vituperation and abuse showered upon him had the effect of disheartening him and destroying the zest with which he had theretofore undertaken the multifarious duties of life. He returned to New York from an exhausting campaign, depressed in spirit, and weary in body and in mind. The death of his devoted wife added to his sorrows, and on November 29, 1872, only a few weeks after the presidential election, he died at Pleasantville, New York, of mental and nervous prostration. His body lay in state in the City Hall, and his funeral was attended by the notables of the land, President Grant, who had just been re-elected by the people, being numbered among those who mourned at his bier. In addition to his editorial labors, Mr. Greeley was the author of a number of works, among which were Hints Toward Reforms, Glances at Europe, History of the Struggle for Slavery Extension, Overland Journey to San Francisco, The American Conflict, and Recollections of a Busy Life. He was also the founder of the Whig Almanac, a manual of politics, which in later years became known as the Tribune Almanac, and survived his demise. End of section 24. Chapter 25 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Louis Agassiz, 1807 to 1873, by Asa Gray. There is no need to give an abstract of the contents of these fascinating volumes, for everybody is reading them. Most are probably wishing for more personal details, especially of the American life. But the editorial work is so deftly and delicately done, and the story of an intellectual life marked by rare coherence and unity is so well arranged to tell itself and make its impression that we may thankfully accept what has been given us, though the desired fullness of personal narrative be wanting. 12 years have passed since Agassiz was taken from us, yet to some of us it seems not very long ago that the already celebrated Swiss naturalist came over, in the bloom of his manly beauty, to charm us with his winning ways, and inspire us with his overflowing enthusiasm as he entered upon the American half of that career which has been so beneficial to the interests of natural science. There are not many left of those who attend those first Lowell lectures in the autumn of 1846, perhaps all the more taking for the broken English in which they were delivered, and who shared in the delight with which, in a supplementary lecture, he more fluently addressed his audience in his mother tongue. In these earliest lectures, he sounded the note of which his last public utterance was the dying cadence. For as this biography rightly intimates, his scientific life was singularly entire and homogeneous, if not uninfluenced, yet quite unchanged by the transitions which have marked the period. In a small circle of naturalists, almost the first that was assembled to greet him on his coming to this country, and of which the writer is the sole survivor, when Agassiz was inquired of as to his conception of species, he sententiously replied, "A species is a thought of the Creator." To this thoroughly theistic conception, he joined the scientific deduction which he had already been led to draw, that the animal species of each geological age, or even stratum, were different from those preceding and following, and also unconnected by natural derivation. And his very last published works reiterated his steadfast conviction that there is no evidence of a direct descendant of later from earlier species in the geological succession of animals. Indeed, so far as we know, he would not even admit that such thoughts of the Creator as these might have been actualized in the natural course of events. If he had accepted such a view, and if he had himself apprehended and developed in his own way the now well-nigh assured significance of some of his early and pregnant generalizations, the history of the doctrine of development would have been different from what it is. A different spirit and another name would have been prominent in it, and Agassiz would not have passed away while fighting what he felt to be, at least for the present, a losing battle. It is possible that the whirligig of a time may still bring in his revenges, but not very probable. Much to his credit, it may be said that a good share of Agassiz's invincible aversion to evolution may be traced to the spirit in which it was taken up by his early associate, Vogt, and indeed by most of the German school then and since, which justly offended both his scientific and his religious sense. Agassiz always thought nobly of the soul, and could in no way approve their materialistic or agnostic opinions. The idealistic turn of his mind was doubtless confirmed in his student days at Munich, whither he and his friend Braun resorted after one session at Heidelberg, and where both devotedly attended the lectures of Schelling, then in his later glory, and of Oken, whose Naturphilosophie was then in the ascendant. Although fascinated and inspired by Oken's a priori biology, built upon morphological ideas which had not yet been established, but had in part been rightly divined, the two young naturalists were not carried away by it, probably because they were such keen and conscientious observers and were kept in close communion with workaday nature. As Agassiz intimates, they had to resist the temptation to impose one's own ideas upon nature, to explain her mysteries by brilliant theories rather than by patient study of the facts as we find them, and that overbearing confidence in the abstract conceptions of the human mind, as applied to the study of nature, although, indeed, he adds, the young naturalist of that day, who did not share in some degree the intellectual stimulus given to scientific pursuits by physiophilosophy, would have missed a part of his training. That training was not lost upon Agassiz, although the adage in his last published article, "A physical fact is as sacred as a moral principle," was well lived up to. Yet ideal prepossessions often had much to do with his marshalling of the facts. Another professor at Munich, from whom Agassiz learned much, and had nothing to unlearn, was the anatomist and physiologist Döllinger. He published little, but he seems to have been the founder of modern embryological investigation, and to have initiated his two famous pupils, first von Baer and then Agassiz, into at least the rudiments of the doctrine of the correspondence between the stages of the development of the individual animal with that of its rank in the scale of being, and the succession in geological time of the forms and types to which the species belongs, a principle very fertile for scientific zoology in the hands of both these naturalists, and one of the foundations of that theory of evolution which the former, we believe, partially accepted, and the other wholly rejected. The botanical professor, the genial von Martius, should also be mentioned here. He found Agassiz a student barely of age. He directly made him an author, and an authority in the subject of his predilection. Dr. Spix, the zoological companion of Martius in Brazilian exploration, died in 1826. The fishes of the collection were left untouched. Martius recognized the genius of Agassiz and offered him, and indeed pressed him, to undertake their elaboration. Agassiz brought out the first part of the quarto volume on the fishes of the Brazilian expedition of Spix and Martius, before he took his degree of Doctor of Philosophy, and completed it before he proceeded to that of Doctor in Medicine in 1830. The work opened his way to fame, but brought no money. Still, as Martius defrayed all the expenses, the net result compared quite favorably with that of later publications. Moreover, out of it possibly issued his own voyage to Brazil in later years, under auspices such as his early patron never dreamed of. This early work also made him known to Cuvier, so that when he went to Paris a year afterward to continue his medical and scientific studies, the one, as he deemed, from necessity, the other from choice, he was received as a fellow savant, yet at first with a certain reserve, probably no more than was natural in view of the relative age and position of the two men. But Agassiz, writing to his sister, says, "This extreme but formal politeness chills you instead of putting you at your ease. It lacks cordiality, and to tell the truth, I would gladly go away if I were not held fast by the wealth of material of which I can avail myself." But only a month later he writes, this time to his uncle, that while he was anxious lest he might not be allowed to examine and still less to describe the fossil fishes and their skeletons in the museum, knowing that Cuvier intended to write a book on this subject, and might naturally wish to reserve the materials for his own use, and when the young naturalist, as he showed his own sketches and notes to the veteran, was faintly venturing to hope that on seeing his work so far advanced he might perhaps be invited to share in a joint publication, Cuvier relieved his anxiety and more than fulfilled his half-formed desires. He desired his secretary to bring him a certain portfolio of drawings. He showed me the contents. There were drawings of fossil fishes and notes which he had taken in the British Museum and elsewhere. After looking it through with me, he said he had seen with satisfaction the manner in which I had treated this subject, that I had indeed anticipated him, since he had intended at some future time to do the same thing, but that as I had given him so much attention and had done my work so well, he had decided to renounce his project and to place at my disposition all the materials he had collected and all the preliminary notes he had taken. Within 3 months Cuvier fell under a stroke of paralysis and shortly died. The day before the attack he had said to Agassiz, "Be careful, and remember that work kills." We doubt if it often kills naturalists, unless when, like Cuvier, they also become statesmen. But to live and work, the naturalist must be fed. It was a perplexing problem, how possibly to remain a while longer in Paris, which was essential to the carrying on of his work, and to find the means of supplying his very simple wants. And here the most charming letters in these volumes are, first, the one from his mother, full of tender thoughtfulness, and making the first suggestion about Neuchatel and its museum as a place where the aspiring naturalist might secure something more substantial than brilliant hopes to live upon. Next, that from Agassiz to his father, who begs to be told as much as he can be supposed to understand of the nature of his work upon fossil fishes, which called for so much time, labor, and expense, and almost immediately Agassiz's letter to his parents, telling them that Humboldt had quite spontaneously and unexpectedly relieved his present anxieties by a credit of 1,000 francs, to be increased if necessary. Humboldt had shown a friendly interest in him from the first, and had undertaken to negotiate with Cotta, the publisher, in his behalf. But becoming uneasy by the delay, and feeling that a man so laborious, so gifted, and so deserving of affection should not be left in a position where lack of serenity disturbs his power of work, he delicately pressed the acceptance of this aid as a confidential transaction between two friends of unequal age. Indeed, the relations between the two friends, one at that time 63, and the other 25, were very beautiful, and so continued, as the correspondence shows. Humboldt's letters, we wish there were more of them, are particularly delightful, are full of wit and wisdom, of almost paternal solicitude, and of excellent counsel. He enjoins upon Agassiz to finish what he has in hand before taking up new tasks. This was in 1837, not to spread his intellect over too many subjects at once, nor to go on enlarging the works he had undertaken. He predicts the pecuniary difficulties in which expansion would sure to land him, bewails the glacier investigations, and closes with a touch of fun, in order that my letter may seem a little less like preaching. 1,000 affectionate remembrances. No more ice. Not much of echinoderms. Plenty of fish. Recall of ambassadors and partibus, and great severity toward booksellers. An infernal race, 2 or 3 of which have been killed under me. The ambassadors and partibus were the artists Agassiz employed, and sent to England or elsewhere to draw fossil fishes for him in various museums, at a cost which Humboldt knew would be embarrassing. The ice, which he would have no more of, refers to the glacier researches upon which Agassiz was entering with ardor, laying one of the solid foundations of his fame. Curiously enough, both Humboldt and Von Buch, with all their interest in Agassiz, were quite unable to comprehend the importance of an inquiry which was directly in their line, and indeed they scorned it. While the young naturalist, without training in physics or geology, but with the insights of genius, at once developed the whole idea of the glacial period, with its wonderful consequences, upon his first inspection of the phenomena shown him by Charpentier in the valley of the Rhone. It is well that Humboldt's advice was not heeded in this regard. Nevertheless, he was a wise counselor. He saw the danger into which his young friend's enthusiasm and boundless appetite for work was likely to lead him. For Agassiz, it might be said, with a variation of the well-known adage, that there was nothing he touched that he did not agonize. Everything he laid hold of grew larger under his hand, grew into a mountain, threatening to overwhelm him, and would have overwhelmed anyone whose powers were not proportionate to his aspirations. Established at Neuchatel, and giving himself with ardor to the duties of his professorship, it was surely enough if he could do the author's share in the production of his great works on the fossil and freshwater fishes, without assuming the responsibilities and cares of publication as well, and even of a lithographic establishment which he set up mainly for his own use. But he carried pari passu, or nearly so, his work on fossil mollusca, a quarto volume with nearly 100 plates, his monographs of echinoderms, living and fossil, his investigations of the embryological development of fishes, and that laborious work, the Nomenclator Zoologicus with the Bibliographia, later published in England by the Ray Society. Moreover, of scattered papers, those of the Royal Society's catalogue, which antedate his arrival in this country, are more than 70. He had helped indeed, but the more he had, the more he enlarged and diversified his tasks. Humboldt's sound advice about his zoological undertakings being no more heeded than his fulminations against the glacial theory. In the midst of all of this, Agassiz turned his glance upon the glaciers, and the local phenomenon became at once a cosmic one. So far a happy divination, but he seems to have believed quite to the last that not only the temperate zones, but whole intertropical continents, at least the American, had been sheeted with ice. The narrative in the first volume will give the general reader a vivid but insufficient conception of the stupendous work upon which he so brilliantly labored for nearly a decade of years. Coelum non animum, mutant who came with such a spirit to a wider and scientifically less developed continent. First as visitor, soon as denizen, and at length as citizen of the American Republic, Agassiz rose with every occasion to larger and more various activities. What with the Lowell Institute, the college in Charleston, South Carolina, and Cornell University, in addition to Harvard, he may be said to have held 3 or 4 professorships at once, none of them sinecures. He had not been 2 months in the country before a staff of assistants was gathered around him, and a marine zoological laboratory was in operation. The rude shed on the shore, and the small wooden building at Cambridge, developed under his hand into the Museum of Zoology, if not as we see it now, yet into one of the foremost collections. Who can say what it would have been if his plans and ideas had obtained full recognition, and expenditure had seemed to the trustees, as it seemed to him, the best investment? Or, if efficient filial aid, not then to be dreamed of, had not given solid realization to the high paternal aspirations. In like manner grew large under his hand the Brazilian exploration, so generously provided for by a Boston citizen and fostered by an enlightened emperor, and on a similar scale was planned and partly carried out the contributions to the natural history of the United States, as the impartial quarto work was modestly entitled, which was to be published at the rate of 1 volume a year, each volume to contain about 300 pages and 20 plates, with simple reliance upon a popular subscription. And so, indeed, of everything which this large-minded man undertook. While Agassiz thus was a magnanimous man, in the literal as well as the accepted meaning of the word, he was also, as we have seen, a truly fortunate one. Honorable assistance came to him at critical moments, such as the delicate gift from Humboldt of Paris, which perhaps saved him to science, such as the Wollaston Prize from the Geological Society in 1834, when he was struggling for the means of carrying on the fossil fishes. The remainder of the deficit of this undertaking he was able to make up from his earliest earnings in America. For the rest, we all know how almost everything he desired, and he wanted nothing except for science, was cheerfully supplied to his hand by admiring givers. Those who knew the man during the 27 years of his American life can quite understand the contagious enthusiasm and confidence which he evoked. The impression will in some degree be transmitted by these pleasant and timely volumes, which should make the leading lines of the life of Agassiz clear to the newer generation, and deepen them in the memory of an older one. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882. Extracts from Life and Letters of Charles Darwin by Archibald Geica, Doctor of Law, Fellow of the Royal Society. By the universal consent of mankind, the name of Charles Darwin was, even during his lifetime, among those of the few great leaders who stand forth for all time as the creative spirits who have founded and legislated for the realm of science. It is too soon to estimate with precision the full value and effect of his work. The din of controversy that rose round him has hardly yet died down, and the influence of the doctrines he propounded is extending into so many remote departments of human inquiry that a generation or two may require to pass away before his true place in the history of thought can be definitely fixed. But the judgment of his contemporaries as to his proud preeminence is not likely ever to be called in question. He is enrolled among De Majorum Gentium, and there he will remain to the end of the ages. When he was laid beside the illustrious dead in Westminster Abbey, there arose far and wide a lamentation as of personal bereavement. Thousands of mourners who had never seen him, who know only of his writings, and judged of the gentleness and courtesy of his nature from these, and from such hearsay reports as passed outward from the privacy of his country home, grieved as for the loss of a friend. It is remarkable that probably no scientific man of his day was personally less familiar to the mass of his fellow countrymen. He seemed to shun all the usual modes of contact with them. His weak health, domestic habits, and absorbing work kept him in the seclusion of his own quiet home. His face was seldom to be seen at the meetings of scientific societies, or at those gatherings where the discoveries of science are expounded to more popular audiences. He shrank from public controversy, although no man was ever more vigorously attacked and more completely misrepresented. Nevertheless, when he died, the affectionate regret that followed him to the grave came not alone from his own personal friends, but from thousands of sympathetic mourners in all parts of the world who had never seen or known him. Men had ample material for judging of his work, and in the end had given judgment with general acclaim. Of the man himself, however, they could know but little, yet enough of his character shone forth in his work to indicate its tenderness and goodness. Men instinctively felt him to be in every way one of the great ones of the earth, whose removal from the living world leaves mankind poorer in moral worth as well as in intellect. Charles Darwin came of a family which from the beginning of the 16th century had been settled on the northern borders of Lincolnshire. Several of his ancestors had been men of literary taste and scientific culture, the most noted of them being his grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, the poet and philosopher. His father was a medical man, in large practice at Shrewsbury, and his mother a daughter of Hosea Wedgwood of Etruria. Some interesting reminiscences are given of the father, who must have been a man of uncommon strength of character. He left a large fortune, and thus provided for the career his son was destined to fulfill. Of his own early life and later years, Darwin has left a slight but most interesting sketch in an autobiographical fragment written late in the life for his children, and without any idea of its ever being published. Shortly before his mother's death in 1817, he was sent, when 8 years old, to a day school in his native town. But even in the period of childhood he had chosen the favorite occupation of his life. "My taste for natural history," he says, "and more especially for collecting, was well developed. I tried to make out the names of plants, and collected all sorts of things, shells, seals, franks, coins, and minerals. The passion for collecting which leads a man to be a systematic naturalist, a virtuoso, or a miser, was very strong in me, and was clearly innate, as none of my sisters and brothers ever had this taste." Some of the incidents of his Cambridge life which he records are full of interest in the bearing of his future career. Foremost among them stands the friendship which he formed with Professor Henslow, whose lectures on botany he attended. He joined in the class excursions and found them delightful, but still more profitable to him were the long and almost daily walks which he enjoyed with his teacher during the latter half of his time at Cambridge. Henslow's wide range of acquirement, modesty, unselfishness, courtesy, gentleness, and piety fascinated him and exerted on him an influence which, more than anything else, tended to shape his whole future life. The love of travel, which had been kindled by his boyish reading, now took a deeper hold of him, as he read Humboldt's Personal Narrative, and Herschel's Introduction to the Study of Natural Philosophy. He determined to visit Tenerife, and even went so far as to inquire about ships. But his desire was soon to be gratified in a far other and more comprehensive voyage. At the close of his college life, he was fortunate enough, through Henslow's good offices, to accompany Sedgwick in a geological excursion in North Wales. There can be little doubt that this short trip sufficed to efface the dislike of geology which he had conceived at Edinburgh, and to show him how much it was in his own power to increase the sum of geological knowledge. To use his own phrase, he began to work like a tiger at geology. But he now had reached the main turning point of his career. On returning home from his ramble with Sedgwick, he found a letter from Henslow, telling him that Captain Fitzroy, who was about to start on the memorable voyage of the Beagle, was willing to give up part of his own cabin to any competent young man who would volunteer to go with him, without pay, as a naturalist. The post was offered to Darwin, and after some natural objections on the part of his father, accepted. The Beagle weighed anchor from Plymouth on December 27, 1831, and returned on October 2, 1836. On his return to England, Darwin at once took his place among the acknowledged men of science of his country. For a time his health continued to be such as to allow him to get through a large amount of work. The next 2 years, which in his own opinion were the most active of his life, were spent partly at Cambridge and partly in London, in the preparation of his Journal of Researches, of the zoological and geological results of the voyage, and of various papers for the geological and zoological societies. So keen was his geological zeal that almost against his better judgment he was prevailed upon to undertake the duties of Honorary Secretary of the Geological Society, an office which he continued to hold for 3 years. And at each period of enforced holiday, for his health had already begun to give way, he occupied himself with geological work in the field. In the Midlands he watched the operations of earthworms, and began those inquiries which form the subject of his last research, and of the volume on vegetable mold, which he published not long before his death. In the Highlands he studied the famous parallel roads of Glen Roy, and his work there, though in after years he acknowledged it to be a great failure, he felt at the time to have been one of the most difficult and instructive tasks he had ever undertaken. In the beginning of 1839, Darwin married his cousin, daughter of Hosea Wedgwood, and granddaughter of the founder of the Etruria Works, and took a house in London. But the entries of ill health in his diary grew more frequent. For a time he and his wife went into society and took their share of the scientific life and work of the metropolis, but he was compelled gradually to withdraw from this kind of existence which suited neither of them, and eventually they determined to live in the country. Accordingly he purchased a house and grounds at Down, in a sequestered part of Kent, some 20 miles from London, and moved thither in the autumn of 1842. In that quiet home he passed the remaining 40 years of his life. It was there that his children were born and grew up around him, that he carried on the researches and worked out the generalizations that have changed the whole realm of science, that he received his friends and the strangers who came from every country to see him. And it was there that, after a long and laborious life, full of ardor and work to the last, he died at the age of 73 on April 19, 1882. The story of his life at Down is almost wholly coincident with the history of the development of his views on evolution, and the growth and appearance of the successive volumes which he gave to the world. For the first 4 years his geological tastes continued in the ascendant. During that interval there appeared 3 remarkable works: his volume on Coral Islands, that on Volcanic Islands, and his Geological Observations on South America. After working up the geological results of the long voyage in the Beagle, he set himself with great determination to more purely geological details. While on the coast of Chile, he had found a curious new cirripede, to understand the structure of which he had to examine and dissect many of the common forms. The memoir, which was originally designed to describe only his new type, gradually expanded into an elaborate monograph of the cirripedes, barnacles, as a whole group. For 8 years he continued this self-imposed task, getting at last so weary of it as to feel at times as if the labor had been in some sense wasted, which he had spent over it, and this suspicion seems to have remained with him in maturer years. But when at last the 2 bulky volumes of more than 1,000 pages of text with 40 detailed plates made their appearance, they were hailed as an admirable contribution to the knowledge of a comparatively little-known department of the animal kingdom. In the interests of science, perhaps their chief value is to be recognized not so much in their own high merit as in the practical training which their preparation gave the author in anatomical detail and classification. He spoke of it himself afterward as a valuable discipline, and Professor Huxley truly affirms that the influence of this discipline was visible in everything which he afterward wrote. It was after Darwin had got rid of his Herculean labors over the cirripede book that he began to settle down seriously to the great work of his life, the investigation of the origin of the species, of plants and animals. Briefly, it may be stated here that he seems to have been first led to ponder over the question of the transmutation of species by facts that had come under his notice during the South American part of the voyage in the Beagle, such as the discovery of the fossil remains of huge animals, akin to, but yet very distinct from, the living armadillos of the same regions. The manner in which closely allied animals were found to replace one another, as he followed them over the continent, and the remarkable character of the flora and fauna of the Galapagos archipelago. It was evident, he says, that such facts as these, as well as many others, could only be explained on the supposition that species gradually became modified, and the subject haunted me. His first notebook for the accumulation of facts bearing on the question was opened in July 1837, and from that date he continued to gather them on a wholesale scale, more especially with respect to domesticated productions, by printed inquiries, by conversation with skillful breeders and gardeners, and by extensive reading. He now set to work upon that epitome of his observations and deductions which appeared in November 1859 as The Immortal Origin of Species. Those who are old enough to remember the publication of this work cannot but marvel at the change which, since that day not 30 years ago, has come alike upon the non-scientific and the scientific part of the community in their estimation of it. Professor Huxley has furnished to the biography a graphic chapter on the reception of the book, and, in his vigorous and witty style, recalls the furious and fatuous objections that were urged against it. A much longer chapter will be required to describe the change which the advent of the origin of species has wrought in every department of science, and not of science only, but of philosophy. The principle of evolution, so early broached, and so long discredited, has now at last been proclaimed and accepted as the guiding idea in the investigation of nature. One of the most marvelous aspects of Darwin's work was the way in which he seemed always to throw a new light upon every department of inquiry into which the course of his researches led him to look. The specialists who in their own narrow domains had been toiling for years, patiently gathering facts and timidly drawing inferences from them, were astonished to find that one who in their eyes was a kind of outsider could point out to them the plain meanings of things which, though entirely familiar to them, they had never adequately understood. The central idea of the origin of species is an example of this in the biological sciences. The chapter on imperfection of the geological record is another. After the publication of The Origin, Darwin gave to the world, during a succession of years, a series of volumes in which some of his observations and conclusions were worked out in fuller detail. His books on the fertilization of orchids, on the movements and habits of climbing plants, on the variation of animals and plants under domestication, on the effects of cross and self-fertilization in the vegetable kingdom, on the different forms of flowers on plants of the same species, were mainly based on his own quiet work in the greenhouse and garden at Down. His volumes on the descent of man and on the expression of the emotions in men and animals completed his contributions to the biological argument. His last volume, published the year before his death, treated of the formation of vegetable mold and the habits of earthworms, and the preparation of it enabled him to revive some of the geological enthusiasm which so marked the earlier years of his life. Such, in briefest outline, was the work accomplished by Charles Darwin. The admirable biography prepared by his son enables us to follow its progress from the beginning to its close, but higher even than the intellect which achieved the work was the moral character which shone through it all. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Louis-Adolphe Thiers, 1797 to 1877. Louis-Adolphe Thiers, French historian, politician, and patriot, was born at Marseille on April 16, 1797. His father, who seems to have belonged to a family in decayed circumstances, was a locksmith. Through the influence of his mother, who was a chenière, he received a good education, first at the lycée in his native city, and subsequently at 1815 at Aix, whither he was sent to study law. At Aix he made the acquaintance of Meunier, cultivated literature rather than the law, and won a prize for a dissertation on Vauvenargues. Called to the bar at the age of 23, he set off for Paris in the company of Meunier. His prospects did not seem brilliant, and his almost ludicrously squat figure and plain face were not recommendations to Parisian society. His industry and belief in himself were, however, unbounded, and an introduction to Laffitte of the Constitutionnel, then the leading organ of the French liberals, gave him a chance of showing his capacity as a public writer. His articles in the Constitutionnel, chiefly on political and literary subjects, gained him the entry into the most influential salons of the opposition. At this time he made the acquaintance of Talleyrand, Casimir Perier, the Comte de Flaut, and Baron Louis, the financier. Meanwhile he was rapidly, indeed too rapidly, preparing his Histoire de la Révolution Française. The first 2 volumes, there were 10 in all, appeared in 1823. This work, although it has been demonstrated to be very untrustworthy and inaccurate, more especially in its estimates of persons, gave its author a prominent place among French politicians and men of letters. About this time, too, the gift by his admirer, Cotta, the German publisher, of a share in the Constitutionnel, raised him to comparative affluence. In January of 1830, he, along with Armand Carrel, Meunier, and other friends, started the National, and in its columns waged a relentless war on the Polignac administration. The ministry met the opposition it had provoked by the ordinances of July. Among the other repressive measures that were taken was the sending of a commissary of police to the office of the National, interdicting its publication. Its conductors, with Thiers at their head, defied the ministry, and the result was the revolution which drove Charles X into exile. Thiers now entered on an active career as a politician. He was elected deputy for the town of Aix and was appointed Secretary General to the Minister of Finance. His first appearance in the Chamber of Deputies gave no promise of his subsequent distinction. His diminutive person, his small face, encumbered with a pair of huge spectacles, and his whole exterior presenting something of the ludicrous, the new deputy, full of the impassioned eloquence of the revolutionary orators, attempted to impart the thrilling emotions affected by Mirabeau. The attempt provoked derision, but soon subsiding into the oratory natural to him, simple, easy, rapid, anecdotic, he became one of the most formidable of parliamentary speakers. Almost from the moment of his entrance into public life, he and Guizot stood forth in opposition to each other, as the champions of radicalism and conservatism respectively. But he was a staunch monarchist, and for a time a favorite with Louis Philippe. In 1832 he accepted the post of Minister of the Interior under Soult, exchanging it subsequently for the Minister of Commerce and Public Affairs, and that in turn for the Foreign Office. He was universally regarded as a stronger man than any of his chiefs during this period, but his public and private actions alike were always marked with a certain fussy quarrelsomeness, which prevented him from being ever accounted a statesman of the first rank. The spirited foreign policy, calculated above all things to precipitate a quarrel between France and Great Britain, of which for many years he was the chief advocate, is now allowed to have been a great and might have been a fatal mistake. In 1836 he became president of the council, but in August of the same year he resigned office and became the leader of the opposition. In 1840 he was again summoned to the office as president of the council and foreign minister. In a few months he was a terror to the peace of Europe. He refused Lord Palmerston's invitation to enter into an alliance with Britain, Austria, and Prussia for the preservation of the integrity of the Ottoman Empire, from a sympathy with the principles which dictate the first Napoleon's invasion of Egypt and Syria, and a desire to accomplish by diplomacy with Mehmet Ali what Bonaparte had endeavored to effect by force of arms, the supremacy of France in these regions. He talked menacingly of setting aside the treaties of 1815, and of extending the French frontier to the Rhine. and is said to have actually spent £8 million on military and naval demonstrations. Then followed the seizure of the Society Islands, and a well-founded protest by the British government against the ill treatment by the French of Mr. Pritchard, their consul at Tahiti. In consequence of this, Thiers was forced to resign office and retire into private life. He now returned to the study of French history. The first volume of his Histoire du Consulat et de l'Empire appeared in 1845, and it was not completed until 1860. This, the most ambitious of all Thiers' literary enterprises, must be considered a large rather than a great work. It is a monument to its author's industry in reading, and rises here and there to rhetorical brilliance. But that it is inaccurate and unfair has been admitted even by French critics. Thiers greatly overrated Napoleon, and probably to his own hurt. Thiers was not one of the promoters of the Revolution, which in 1848 drove Louis-Philippe from the throne. On the contrary, he would, as Prime Minister, summoned at the 11th hour, have prevented it if he could. He accepted its consequences in the form of the Republic. He voted for the election of Prince Louis Napoleon as its president. This action brought him much vituperation and ridicule from former political friends. But whatever may have been the motive that inspired it, it certainly did not help him at the time of the coup d'etat of 1851. He was arrested, imprisoned in Mazas, and banished. Next year, however, he was allowed to return from Switzerland to France. For 8 years, he was occupied with his History of the Consulate and Empire. He re-entered the chamber in 1863, having been elected Liberal deputy for the Department of the Seine, in opposition to the imperialist candidate. Till the fall of the Second Empire, he was regarded as the ablest and most formidable of its more moderate and parliamentary opponents. His speeches in the years between 1863 and 1870 were filled with taunts of the empire on account of the loss of prestige which had marked its history. And these must not be left out of account when blame has to be apportioned among the authors of the War of 1870, although he opposed it when declared by the Olivier ministry and predicted defeat. The collapse of the Second Empire, however, enabled Thiers to play the greatest of all his parts, that of liberator of the territory. He declined, after Sedan, to become a member of the Government of National Defense, but he voluntarily undertook diplomatic journeys to Great Britain, Russia, Austria, and Italy on behalf of France, a self-imposed mission in which he was unsuccessful, but by which he obtained the gratitude of his countrymen. He was largely instrumental in securing for his country the armistice which permitted the holding of a national assembly with a view to the negotiation of a peace. 20 constituencies chose him as their deputy. Electing to sit for Paris, he was made head of the provisional government. He had great difficulty in persuading the colleagues of the assembly, and his countrymen generally, to agree to peace on terms that were practically dictated by Germany. But he succeeded. Peace was voted March 1, 1871. No sooner had he accomplished this task than he was face to face with the sanguinary madness of the Commune. But this difficulty also set himself to surmount with characteristic energy, and succeeded. When the seat of government was once more removed from Versailles to Paris, Thiers was formally elected, August 30th, President of the French Republic. He held office only until 1873. But during this brief period he was probably of greater service to his country than at any previous time in his life. He was mainly instrumental in securing the withdrawal of the Germans from France, and the payment of the war indemnity, and in placing both the army and the civil service on a more satisfactory footing. But in course of time, the gratitude of the country exhausted itself, and Thiers, who was old-fashioned in many of his opinions, and as opinionative as he was old-fashioned, did not make any new friends. He was especially detested by the extreme left, whose chief, Gambetta, he styled as a faux fourreau. As a result, a coalition of reactionaries and radicals was formed expressly, as it seemed, to harass him, and even in the beginning of 1872 he tendered his resignation. It was not accepted, and his opponents for a time suspended their intrigues. They were revived, however, in 1873, and resolved themselves into a resolute effort to limit the powers of the president. This Thiers stoutly resisted. He made an appeal to the country. But this course did not increase the strength of his following. Finally, what he interpreted as a vote of no confidence was carried May 24th by a majority of 16. He resigned, and his place was taken by Marshall McMahon. He lived 4 years longer, and never ceased to take an interest in politics. In 1877 he took an active part in bringing about the fall of the ministry presided over by the Duc de Broglie. He now leaned to the side of the left, and was reconciled to Gambetta, and he might once again have played a prominent part in politics had he not died of apoplexy on September 3, 1877, at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. He has not left behind him the memory either of a very great statesman or of a very great historian, but he was a man of indomitable courage, and his patriotism, if narrow and marred with chauvinism, was deep and genuine. He was, perhaps, the most successful of the large class of journalist politicians that France had produced, and that he was at least a personal power in literature was evidenced by the great influence which he wielded in the Academy, of which he became a member in 1834. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Léon Gambetta, 1838 to 1882. Léon Michel Gambetta was born at Cahors on April 3, 1838. His father was a tradesman, dealing in crockery. His mother's maiden name was Massabi. Léon's grandfather was a Genoese who emigrated to France at the beginning of this century, and as his name signifies, in the dialect of Genoa, a liquid measure of 2 quarts capacity. It has been supposed that it was conferred upon one of his forefathers as a sobriquet. Léon Gambetta's grandfather was a poor man of no education, and his only son, Léon's father, thought he had done very well for himself when he set up a shop with a small dowry brought him by his wife, Mademoiselle Massabi. The mother of Léon died while he was a child, and he was indebted for his early teaching to his maternal aunt and to her brother, a priest, who held a small benefice in a village near Cahors. It was at first intended that Léon should follow his father's trade, but as he was a boy, very apt at learning and fond of books, his uncle and aunt decided that it would be better to put him at the seminary, with a view to his ultimately taking holy orders. Léon's father does not seem to have much liked this scheme, for he had no second son who could succeed to his business. But he had a great love for his bright-witted boy, and having conceived a high respect for his talents, yielded to the pleasing idea that he would some day become an ornament to the church. This belief may have been explained by the fact that Léon was, as a child, ardently religious. When 12 years old, he wrote an ode dedicated to his patron Saint Leon and to all the popes called Leon, and this composition was printed in the Catholic Journal of the diocese. In after years, some of his political enemies tried to get hold of a copy, but failed, and published a spurious one which they gave out for his. The career of Léon Gambetta must continue to exercise over young advocates and journalists the same kind of fascination as that of Napoleon I does over young officers. And indeed, the fact that Bonaparte and Gambetta were both of Italian origin, and came to sudden and great power while they were very young, was often quoted to draw a parallel between the two. But there is this difference between Bonaparte and Gambetta, that whereas the latter made his mark in life later by some 3 or 4 years than the former, brilliant destinies were prophesied from him by others besides his relations when he was still a child. While Bonaparte was a pupil at the school of Brienne, his masters predicted that he would make a poor officer because he had no aptitude for mathematics. When Gambetta was at the seminary, his tutors foretold that he would make a great figure in life, but never they regretfully added, as a churchman. The boy began well, but he had evidently no vocation for the strict discipline of the church. He was too disputatious, not meek enough about taking blows without returning them, and, in short, too headstrong. Anticipating the judgment which Greeley passed upon him when he was 33 years old, his ecclesiastical masters reported of him that he was un esprit rebelle, turbulent, and they advised his removal to another school. Young Gambetta was accordingly sent to the lycée, that is, the lay public school of Cahors, and here he immediately won golden opinions by his cleverness, his industry, and the happy vivacity of his character. One of the half-yearly bulletins of the lycée, which has been preserved in this family, records that he was passionate without being vindictive, and proud without arrogance. In time he became the best Latin scholar at the school, and the most proficient in French composition. When he was in his 16th year, however, an accident which destroyed his left eye quelled for a time the exuberance of his character, and suddenly gave a new direction to his studies. Fearing lest he should lose his sight altogether, he set himself to learn the alphabet for the blind, in order that he might read in books with raised letters. He also applied himself to the study of music and the violin. During a whole year he was forbidden to open a book. From Cahors, Gambetta went to Paris to study law, and he quickly drew the attention of the imperial police upon himself by acting as ringleader in those demonstrations which the students of the Latin Quarter were accustomed to make in time of public excitement. Peaceful demonstrations they always were, because the police would stand nothing like rioting, but it was something to march at the head of a procession carrying wreaths to the tomb of a Republican, or to lead cabals for hissing off the stage of the Théâtre Français or the Odeon pieces by unpopular writers like Edmond About, for in those days Monsieur About was a Bonapartist. Gambetta's first public speech was delivered in 1861, in defense of the Marquis Léon, a nobleman of facetious humor, who edited a comic newspaper called Le Hanneton. He was seized with unexpected nervousness as he began, but before he had stammered out a dozen sentences, he was stopped by the presiding judge, who told him mildly that no big words were required in a cause which only involved a fine of 100 francs. All the less so, added he, as your client is acquitted. Gambetta used to say after this that it took him years to recover from the effect of the judge's quiet snub. Like many other young men of talent, he had gone into court expecting to carry everything before him, and had found that the art of forensic pleading is not to be acquired without practice. He did practice, most diligently, and the speeches, some 30 in all, which he delivered in unimportant cases during the next 7 years, were conspicuous for their avoidance of rhetorical flourish. Adolphe Crémieux had cautioned him that the secret of oratory lies in mastering the subject of one's discourse. Don't try gymnastic feats until you have a firm platform to spring from, a maxim which a conceited young man, impatient of results, might have despised, but which commended itself to an ambitious man who felt that, although a chance comes to all, it is an important point to be prepared for the chance when it does come. A plutocrat once asked Horace Vernet to do him a little thing in pencil for his album. Vernet did the little thing and asked 1,000 francs for it. "But it only took you 5 minutes to draw," exclaimed the man of wealth. "Yes, but it took me 30 years to learn to do it in 5 minutes," replied Vernet. And so Gambetta, when someone remarked that he was very lucky in having conquered renown by a single speech, broke out impetuously, "I was years preparing that speech. 20 times I wanted to deliver it, but did not feel that I had it here," touching his head, though it palpitated here, thumping his breast, as if it would break my heart. The speech in question was delivered on November 17, 1868, before the notorious Judge Delaveau, who has been called the Jeffreys of the Second Empire. in defense of Louis-Charles de la Cluse, editor of the Riviere. The Riviere had started a subscription for erecting a monument to the memory of the Representative Baudin, who was killed at the coup d'etat of 1851, and the government unwisely instituted a prosecution against the editor. It was late in the afternoon when the case was called on, after a number of others, but the Sixth Chamber was crowded with journalists and barristers, as it always was on Fridays, when Delaveau, a man with hawk-like features and a flaming complexion, would sit tearing up newspaper articles with beak and talons, as Émile de Girardon said of him. Just before Gambetta rose, Delaveau observed, "I suppose you have not much to say, so it will hardly be worthwhile to have the gas lighted." "Never mind the gas, sir. I will throw light enough on this affair," answered Gambetta, and it was amid the laughter produced by this joke that he began. His genius found vent that day, and he spoke from the first to last without a halt. Reviewing his client's case, he brought Napoleon III himself to book and recalled circumstances under which Baudin had died, defending the Republican Constitution which President Louis Bonaparte, in contempt of his oath, had violated. At this, Judge Delaveau half rose in his seat and endeavored to stop the speaker, but a positive roar from the whole crowd in court forced him to sit down. It was a sign of the approaching political earthquake that Delaveau should have sat down in that way, for he was a man of great resolution, but he must have felt then as if the earth were trembling under him. So Gambetta continued to speak, denouncing with unimaginable energy the tyrannies and turpitudes of the reign which had confiscated all the liberties of France, till at last he concluded with this magnificent peroration, which was rendered most solemn by the increasing darkness of the court and the intense attentive silence of the audience. "In every country but this, you see the people commemorate as a holiday the date which brought the reigning dynasty to the throne. You alone are ashamed of the day which gave you a blood-stained crown. The December 2nd, when Baudin died. Well, that day which you reject, we Republicans will keep holy. It shall be the day of mourning for our martyrs and the festival of our hopes." When Gambetta left the court after this, it was felt by all who had heard him that he was the coming man of the Republican party, and next day opposition journals of every shade of opinion from one end of France to the other acclaimed him as a future leader. Within the next 2 years, the Republican party made such rapid strides that to regain his prestige the French emperor felt that a glorious war was necessary. The leader of the moderate reformers, Olivier, was won over and was forced upon Prussia. Gambetta and the Republicans felt that they had every cause for fear when matters had taken this turn. Relying upon Marshal Leboeuf's assurances that everything was ready, they saw the prospect of a short sensational campaign like that against Austria in 1859, to be followed by some high-handed stroke of home policy that would sweep most of them into prison or exile. Gambetta could not refrain from bitterly upbraiding Olivier. "You will find that you have been fooled in all of this," he said, "for when the war is over you will be thrown aside like a squeezed orange. I think my fate will be a happier one than yours, unless you mend your manners," answered Olivier dryly. 3 weeks after this, however, everything was changed. The imperial armies had been beaten at Worth and Forbach, the Olivier cabinet had fallen amid popular execration, hardly deserved, and Gambetta, forced by circumstances into a position of great influence, received a private visit from Madame Bazaine, who prayed him to agitate that her husband might be appointed as the commander-in-chief of the armies. Gambetta was too sincerely patriotic to feel any partisan satisfaction at the reverse which Napoleon III's armies had suffered, and in stirring up the Republicans in the chamber and in the press to clamor for the appointment of Bazaine, he believed he was urging the claims of a competent soldier who was being kept from the chief command solely by dynastic jealousies. He was to learn a couple of months later how much he had been mistaken in his estimate of Bazaine's talents and rectitude of purpose, and indeed Bazaine's conduct toward Gambetta and the Republicans from first to last was the more inexplicable as it was unquestionably owing to their agitation that he was placed in the high position which he had coveted. During the 3 weeks between Forbach and Sedan, Gambetta had to take rather exciting precautions to ensure his own safety. He was aware that the Empress Regent's advisers were urging her to have the leaders of the opposition arrested, and he felt pretty certain that this course would be adopted if the news of a victory arrived. He used to sleep in a different house every night, and never ventured abroad unattended or without firearms. His position was one of great difficulty, for agents of the Internationale made overtures to him with a view to promote an insurrection in Paris, and he fortified the confidence of these fanatics by declining to abet their plans. Gambetta was so little desirous of establishing a republic by revolution that even when the tidings arrived on the night of September 3rd of the Emperor's surrender at Sedan, his chief concern was as to how he can get the deposition of Napoleon III and the Empress Regent effected by lawful methods. He hastened to Monsieur Thiers' house and asked him whether he would accept the presidency of a provisional government. Thiers, sitting up in bed, said he was willing, provided that this office was conferred upon him by the Corps Legislatif. Accordingly, Gambetta spent all the morning of Sunday, September 4th, whipping up members of the majority and trying to persuade them to go down to the Palais Bourbon and elect a new government. But he found most of these gentlemen anxious to get off the different railway stations as soon as possible in cabs. Going to the chamber himself toward 1 o'clock, he was carried through the doors by the surging mob which invaded the palace, and in half an hour he shouted himself quite hoarse in adjuring the crowds from the tribune to let the assembly deliberate in peace. But while he was literally croaking in his attempts to make the people hear reason, news was brought to him that Blanqui and some other adventurous spirits, taking time by the forelock, had repaired to the Hôtel de Ville and were setting up a government of their own. Upon this, Gambetta precipitately left the palace, jumped to a victoria, and drove to the Hôtel de Ville amid a mob of several thousands of persons who escorted him, cheering all the way. Before 5 o'clock, the deputies from Paris, with the exception of Thiers, had constituted themselves into a government, which, at the suggestion of Rochefort, took the name of Government of the National Defense, and Gambetta received the appointment of Minister of the Interior. It may be remarked in passing that on the day after these events, Judge de Lavaux, fearing, perhaps needlessly, that some of the triumphant Republicans whom he had so often punished would wreak vengeance upon him, committed suicide. On the other hand, Gambetta's client in the Baudin affair, Louis-Charles Delacruz, came to him on the morning of September 5th and reproached him, with much asperity, for not having caused the Empress to be arrested. "We want no Rosewater Republicans to rule us," said this honest but gloomy zealot, who was shot a few months later during the extermination of the Commune. The siege of Paris brought Gambetta to the most romantic part of his career. The National Defense Government had delegated 2 of their members, Crémieux and Glébizien, to go to Tours and govern their provinces. But being both elderly men of weak health, they were hardly up to their work, and early in October Gambetta was ordered by his colleagues to join them. He had to leave Paris in a balloon, and in going over the German lines nearly met with misadventure, through the balloon sinking till it came within range of some marksmen's rifles. He reached Tours in safety, however, and set to work at once with marvelous activity to organize resistance against the invasion. He was ably seconded by de Freycinet, and between them, these 2 did all that was humanly possible to perform. But from the first, their task was one of formidable difficulty, and all chances of repelling the Germans from French soil vanished after the shameful capitulation of Bazaine at Metz. Nevertheless, all who saw Gambetta during his pre-consulate at Tours will remember with what a splendid energy he worked, how sincerely hopeful he was, and, this must not be forgotten, how uniformly generous and genial. Invested with despotic powers, he never once abused them to molest an opponent. In his public harangues, both at Tours and Bordeaux, whither the provisional government repaired in December, being driven southward by the German advance, he somehow always managed to electrify his hearers. He spoke from balconies, railway carriages, curbstones. Wherever he went, the people demanded a speech of him, and his words never failed to cheer, while they conquered for him a wide popularity. Indeed, Gambetta so deluded himself with diffusing hope and combativeness in others, that when, after a 5-month siege, Paris capitulated, he still persisted in thinking that resistance was possible, and rather than take any part in the national surrender, he gave in his resignation. He was by that time fairly worn out, and had gone to St. Sebastian to recruit his health. It was alleged that he went there so as to avoid taking any side in the civil war between the Parliament of Versailles and the Commune. But after the communist government had been at work a fortnight, and when the impracticability of its aims was fully disclosed, he took care to let it be known that he was on the side of the National Assembly. THIERS did not understand Gambetta as Gambetta understood him, or he would have not resigned in 1873, saying that the Republicans were making his work too difficult. When Marshal McMahon succeeded to the presidency, it looked as if the Republic were doomed, and nothing but Gambetta's wonderful suppleness and tact during the sessions of 1874 through 75 could have saved it. He had to keep himself in the background, to use an Italian astuteness in explaining away the blunders of his followers, and when this would not do, he had to use violent language, which should frighten timid doctrinaire Orleanists with prospects of popular risings in which he would take the lead. His greatest triumphs were earned when, by dint of superhuman coaxing in the lobbies, he got the Republic proclaimed as the government of France, in 1875 on Wallen's motion, by a majority of 1 vote. And again, when at the first election of life senators he concluded a treaty with the Legitimists, and by giving them 12 seats, secured 50 for the Republicans, and ousted the Orleanists altogether. From this time the Republic was founded with at least temporary security, and although a coalition of all the reactionary parties rallied against it in 1877, when Monsieur Jules Simon's ministry was dismissed, and when the Duc de Broglie was induced to try to destroy the new form of government by Caesarist methods, yet there was never any real danger that the Republic would succumb. From the day when Monsieur Thiers died, Monsieur Gambetta stood guarding it like a sentinel. Just before the general election of 1877, an emissary was sent to him from the de Broglie-Forteau ministry, requesting him for his own sake not to make a speech against Marshal McMahon. He laughed when he heard that he would be prosecuted if he made the speech. He was twirling a cigarette, and laid down a copy of the Revue des Deux Mondes in which he had been reading an essay on Mr. Gladstone's speeches about the Irish Church. "Tell the Prime Minister," he said, "that I will speak from a pedestal if I can, but if not from a housetop. In one way or another my voice shall reach further than his, and so long as I have a drop of blood to shed, the Republic shall not fall." Monsieur Gambetta was sentenced to 4 months' imprisonment for the speech, in which he said that Marshal McMahon would have to yield the popular will or resign, but before he could be put into jail, the de Broglie cabinet had ceased to exist. Marshal McMahon's resignation in 1879 was the obviously natural consequence of the complete victory which the Republicans gained in 1877, but it was greatly to Gambetta's credit that he quietly tolerated during 15 months the presidency of the gallant soldier who had never been his friend. When urged to agitate for the marshal's overthrow, he always said, "It will do the Republic good if its first president serves his term of office quietly to the end." Had Gambetta lived till 1885, he would probably have been the next president of the Republic he had established and preserved. but it was not to be. His work was done. He died December 31st, 1882. End of section 28. Chapter 29 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Benjamin Disraeli, 1804 to 1881, by Harriet Prescott Spofford. Since the days of Richelieu, there has been no such picturesque figure in the history of civilization as that of Benjamin Disraeli. Although his father, Isaac Disraeli, was in much more than easy circumstances and had made a literary reputation, he was under the social disadvantage that was the portion of a Jew, and his mother, Maria Bassevy, was of the same despised race. Their son was born in London, December 21st, 1804, and his birth was attended by the usual Jewish ceremonies in the Spanish synagogue. When he was 13 years old, his father formally withdrew from the Jewish congregation, and the children were baptized into the Christian faith, Benjamin's godfather being Sharon Turner. The boy was early seen to have rare talents, and he was already an immense reader in his father's vast library. It was decided to give him an exact education and send him to one of the large schools where he should have the advantage of discipline and the opportunity of desirable friendships. But the prejudice against his birth was an obstacle. Life would have been made impossible by the indelicacy and cruelty of the high-born and Christian lads. He was finally sent to a school where he found himself the superior of his masters. Even there he was taunted with his birth, and he was taken home to work with his father and with tutors, where, conscious of his powers and full of lively ambition, he studied 12 hours a day and made himself the master of a vast and varied information. At 17 he entered a solicitor's office, and while working there for 3 years, entered at Lincoln's Inn. He evinced an ability that promised him great eminence. It was not, however, precisely the sort of eminence that he desired, the strifes and achievements of political life being more to his taste. He had the qualities which fitted him for that life, the taking arts and accomplishments. He was a fine linguist. He had a wonderfully well-stored memory, great self-confidence, self-respect, and assurance. His manners were easy, and he had all social graces and refinements. His face was singularly handsome and remarkable through its pallor, the depth of its black eyes, and delicacy of its chiseled features framed in night-dark curls. He was a master of the art of self-defense, a hard and fine writer, and he was equipped with wit, sarcasm, poetical perception, keen reason, unbounded ambition, and undaunted courage. He dressed in his early years in a manner that has been described as extraordinary, but which was the manner of the young men of the period, of D'Orsay and of Bulwer, at the time when Tennyson called the latter a bandbox. Later his dress was more negligent, although always neat and fine. He was on pleasant terms with distinguished people whom he met at his father's table, and was everywhere sought in society. When at 20 he began his career by the publication of Vivian Grey, a novel unlike anything that had been written, bristling with point and sally, and full of daring portraiture, and which made him immediately famous. His health, however, now gave way, a trouble in his head making it necessary to suspend work, and after a tour of Europe he remained for 2 or 3 years at Bradenham, near High Wycombe, his father's country house, happy in the companionship of his father and mother, and his thoroughly congenial sister Sarah, passionately fond of country life, and during the time producing a novel, The Young Duke, and 3 shorter works, Pompanilla, The Infernal Marriage, and Ixion in Heaven, gay and brilliant satires, sparkling with epigram and with beauty, and destined to live with the English language and English history. In company with Mr. Meredith, to whom his sister was promised in marriage, he journeyed for the next 2 years through the south of Europe and the East, Spain was among the first of his objective points, in the proud memory of his descent from the Spanish nobles who, driven out of Spain in the 15th century, went over to Venice and changed the name belonging to the house of Dara to that of Disraeli, the sons of Israel, a cognomen never borne by any other family, and remained there for 200 years, going to England only when Venice falling into decay, it was necessary to go where they could live in safety. He wrote the account of his travels to his sister in a series of affectionate and light-hearted letters, which charmingly betray his own personality, and which are full of the most vivid pictures of Malta, Corfu, Albania, the plains of Troy, Turkey, which was kind to his race when a cruel and unreasoning world showed it only malignant hate, and which he regarded with the gratitude that never forsakes a Jew, Cyprus, the advantage of whose possession he early recognized, Egypt, whose destinies were afterward in his hand, and Jerusalem, the holy city of his people, his impressions of which Tancred afterward embodied, together with a foreshadowing of much of his policy in the East. The journey made him acquainted with the theater of his intentions, and with the prepossessions which it gave or fostered, doubtless had a great influence upon his life and action. The close of the journey was darkened by the death of his companion, for whom his sister mourned as long as she lived. After his return home he wrote a new novel, Contarini Fleming, a wonderful and poetical study of temperament, which Milman pronounced the equal of Childe Harold, which Goethe and Heine and Beckford, the author of Vathek, praised with delighted warmth. The wondrous tale of Alroy, also published a little later, with the rise of Iskander, Beckford found stirring and full of intensity and charm. In 1832, Disraeli offered himself as an independent candidate for the borough of High Wycombe. The government, of course, defeated him, and not until after several hot contests during the next few years did he gain his end, taking his seat, then at the age of 33, in Queen Victoria's first Parliament. The character of the struggle at these elections may be inferred from O'Connell's declaration in one of them, that in all probability this Disraeli was the heir-at-law of the blasphemous thief that died on the cross. Disraeli challenged O'Connell's son, who failed to accept the challenge, but Disraeli never cherished a grudge, and only 3 weeks after he entered Parliament he risked his seat there by a pointed statement of the misgovernment of Ireland. Neither did O'Connell bear malice, and he said of one of Disraeli's speeches, somewhat later, that it was all excellent except the peroration, and that was matchless. Not only in O'Connell's case was this impossibility in Disraeli's nature of doing anything ignoble shown, he secured a life pension to the widow and children of the artist Leake, who had for half a lifetime showered him with the cruel ridicule of the caricaturist, and he offered the Grand Cross of the Bath, and a life income suitable to the maintenance of its dignity to Carlyle, who had pursued him now with contempt and now with malignity. In the intervals of the electoral contests, a series of letters to the Times, filled with biting sarcasm, under the signature of Runnymede, a novel, Henrietta Temple, a vindication of the British Constitution, dedicated to Lord Lyndhurst, a contrasting presentation of the characters of Byron and Shelley in the form of romance under the title of Venetia, sufficiently occupied Disraeli's time. He was, meanwhile, in the vortex of gay social life, a member of the Carlton Club, the friend of Count D'Orsay, Lady Blessington, Mrs. Norton, Lady Dufferin, Bulwer, Tom Moore, Lady Morgan of Lyndhurst, of the public men and the men of fashion, and he was courted by princes and pretty women. He had come to Parliament prepared as few or none before him, with coolness, courage, wit, and eloquence, and with a far-seeing sagacity that enabled him to make the most of something like the gift of prophecy. But he was handicapped with the fact of his race, with his debts, which, although he was not personally extravagant or at all self-indulgent, had become heavy, with the absence of a constituency or a popular cause, and having no landed property, nor belonging even remotely to any great family, he was looked upon both by Whig and Tory as more or less of an adventurer. Like almost all young men, his first preferences and professions were for reform, but brought face to face with responsibility, he modified his opinions, and the great power and place that he ultimately won were won through the originality, the thought, the force, and the independence that dared act without reference to his own advantage, and the splendid courage that was undismayed by any odds. Although he could have acquired office in the early years by withholding open expression of his opinions, he preferred his freedom, and although always in want of money, he never made a penny by means of the place or the power that he won, or even through the legitimate opportunities which these afforded. His first speech in Parliament was attended by peculiar circumstances. A number of the ruder members of the opposition were determined that he should not be heard, and they drowned every sentence in derisive cheers and mocking yells. Disraeli bore it with dignity, but as it was impossible to proceed in the noisy and barbarous din, he closed by saying that he had begun several times many things, and had succeeded at last. And then, in a tone that resounded even above the clamor, for he had at all times a sonorous and impressive voice, he cried, "I will sit down now, but the time will come when you will hear me." Of this speech, Peel said it was anything but failure, and Sir John Campbell, the Attorney General, assured him that there was a lively desire in the opposing party to hear him, but they were hindered by a coterie over whom they had no control. In describing the scene in a letter to his sister that night, with great frankness, as disastrous, Disraeli signed himself, "Yours in very good spirits." When he spoke, a week afterward, he commanded the attention of the House. Disraeli had always declared that no government should have his support which did not seek to improve the condition of the poor, and as he looked at the British Constitution and social construction, he believed that the Conservatives were the best able to accomplish this end. Because he was a Jew, he was none the less an Englishman, and he had the true interests of the United Kingdom at heart. He held that the strength of England lay in the land, and he supported the Corn Laws from stern principle. "It will be an exception to the principles which seem hitherto to have ruled society," he exclaimed, "if you can maintain the success at which you aim, without the possession of that permanence and stability which the territorial principle alone can afford. Although you may for a moment flourish after their destruction, although your ports may be filled with shipping, your factories smoke on every plain, and your forges flame in every city, I see no reason why you should form an exception to that which the page of history has mournfully recorded, that you should not fade like Tyrian dye and molder like the Venetian palaces." He was already in 1839, to a certain extent, a power in Parliament, launching the shafts of his sarcasm alike at the Chancellor of the Exchequer or an Under-Secretary. And in this year he published his tragedy of Count Alarcos, and married Mrs. Wyndham Lewis, the wealthy widow of his friend and colleague, several years his senior, but through 30 years his invaluable friend and confidant. In dedicating Sybil to her, he said, "I would inscribe this work to one whose noble spirit and gentle nature ever prompt her to sympathize with the suffering, to one whose sweet voice has often encouraged, and whose taste and judgment has ever guided its pages, the most severe of critics, but a perfect wife." Her devotion to him was illustrated by her behavior one night, when on the eve of an exciting session she drove with him to Palace Yard, and her hand being crushed in the carriage door, she gave no sign, lest it should disturb his train of thought and lessen his power in the approaching debate, and endured her agony without blenching till he had left her. He rewarded such devotion in kind. His happiest hours were those spent in her society, and perhaps the proudest moment of his life was that when the Queen, having offered him a peerage, he declined it for himself, but accepted it for his wife, and made her Viscountess Beaconsfield in her own right. Immediately upon their marriage, Mr. Disraeli travelled with his wife for a couple of months on the Continent, and returning to London, he received the congratulations of Peel, Wellington, and others, and began to entertain the party chiefs. He dined privately with Louis Philippe in Paris, shook hands with the King of Hanover in London, and in every way took his social and personal position firmly. In Parliament he crossed swords with Palmerston, refused to support Peel's coercion bill in relation to Ireland, characterizing it as one of those measures which to introduce was degrading, and to oppose disgraceful. Later he maintained that as revolution was the only remedy for the wrongs of Ireland, and as her connection with England prevented revolution, therefore it was the duty of England to effect by policy what revolution would effect by force, and as he had defended the Chartist petition, so in turn, when the Eastern question came up, he defended Turkey. In all this, making it supremely plain that he never was the one to truckle to rank or authority. He was the head of a small party of young Englanders. He was feared and respected by both the larger parties and the Commons, whose assemblage he had scornfully proclaimed a thing of past history, if they did not choose, had presently to accept him for their leader. Henry Hope, entertaining a number of their friends at Deepdene, urged Disraeli to treat the question of common interests in a literary form, and the powerful works, rather treatises than novels, Coningsby and Sybil, appeared, and these were followed by Tancred, in which the curious reader will find much of Disraeli's Eastern policy indicated. These 3 books the author regarded as a trilogy upon English politics, principles, and possibilities. As a debater, then and always, Disraeli was keen, ready, and unanswerable. As a satirist, swift, subtle, and finished. His epigrams were among the jewels that on the stretched forefinger of old times sparkle forever. It was he that said, "Destiny is our will, and our will is nature." At another time he said, "The critics, they are those who have failed in literature and in art." When Prince Napoleon was slain, he exclaimed, "A very remarkable people, the Zulus. They defeat our generals, they convert our bishops. They have settled the fate of a great European dynasty." Everyone remembers the startling sentence in which he condemned Mr. Gladstone's Irish policy of 1868. "We have legalized confiscation. We have consecrated sacrilege. We have condoned treason." And his power of picturesque mockery appears in a speech made in 1872, immediately before the downfall of the Gladstone ministry. "As I sat opposite the Treasury bench, the ministers reminded me of those marine landscapes, not unusual on the coasts of South America. You behold a range of exhausted volcanoes. Not a flame flickers on a single pallid crest. But the situation is still dangerous. There are occasional earthquakes, and ever anon the dark rumbling of the sea." His attacks on Peel have been pronounced to be among the most remarkable speeches in the annals of the British legislature. In 1849, at which period he also wrote the biography of his father and the memoir of his friend Lord George Bentinck, he was the recognized leader of the Conservatives. When Peel was overthrown, Disraeli, who had overthrown him, after a brief period, succeeded to his place. It was not with cordiality that the Conservatives submitted to Disraeli's direction. He had carried himself in relation to them with an unsurpassed independence. He was of a people whom they held in contempt, and whose admission to Parliament he had enforced. In his speeches he had spared none of them. He had no friend at court, and he was still very young, but there was no help for it. He was master of the situation, and master of them. He was now thrice Chancellor of the Exchequer, and for a quarter of a century he led the opposition in the House of Commons, except in the brief intervals when he was identified with the government. In leading the opposition, he was never an obstructionist, and he lent his aid to every generous measure, such as the reduction of the hours of labor, the protection of factory children, the improvement of the homes of the poor, the extension of the suffrage. He refused English interference on the side of the South during the Civil War in the United States of America. He hindered disastrous hostilities with France at the time of Louis Napoleon's coup d'etat. He would have prevented the Crimean War had it been possible. And he would not allow retaliation in kind for the Sepoy atrocities. He did the most and the best with his opportunities. His policy was always to develop and sustain English character. "There is no country," he said in a remarkable warning to the House, "at the present moment that exists under the same circumstances and under the same conditions as the people of this realm. You have an ancient, powerful, and richly endowed church, and perfect religious liberty. You have unbroken order and complete freedom. You have landed estates as large as the Romans, combined with a commercial enterprise such as Carthage and Venice united, never equaled. And you must remember that this peculiar country, with these strong contrasts, is not governed by force. It is governed by a most singular series of traditionary influences, which generation after generation cherishes and preserves, because it knows that they embalm custom and represent law. And with this, you have created the greatest empire of modern times. You have amassed a capital of fabulous amount. You have devised and sustained a system of credit still more marvelous. And you have established a scheme so vast and complicated of labor and industry that the history of the world affords no parallel to it. And these mighty creations are out of all proportion to the essential and indigenous elements and resources of the country. If you destroy that state of society, remember this: England cannot begin again. In religion, Disraeli accepted Christianity fully, but as a completion of the Hebrew revelation. He coupled in thought and word the sacred heights of Sinai and of cavalry. He was proud of his great people, and never hesitated to declare his pride. "All the north of Europe worship a Jew," he said, "and all the south of Europe worship a Jew's mother." In spite of the fact that he was an Asiatic by nature, he despised what he called the pagan ceremonies of the ritualists, and distrusted what he felt to be the atheistic tendency of science. Shortly after his father's death, Mr. Disraeli had purchased, with his paternal inheritance, the manor of Hughenden, near Bradenham, in whose park his wife erected a monument to his father, and there, in the intervals of public businesses, he found quiet and enjoyment with his peacocks and swans and owls, his gardening, his tenantry. His books brought him in great sums of money. A friend, Mrs. Bridges Williams of Torquay, after 12 years of romantic intimacy with him and his wife, bequeathed him a fortune, and lies buried by the side of himself and Lady Beaconsfield at Hughenden. His circumstances were easy. His fame was assured. And when he went down to Parliament for the first time after he became Prime Minister, the crowds outside cheered him to the echo. The crowds within took up the acclaim. And the House that once had silenced him with derisive mockery hailed with wild welcome this man who, without money, without birth, without support, had made himself, by force of will, courage, genius, loyalty, and truth, the ruler of the British Empire. While he was again in opposition, Mr. Disraeli took occasion to write Lothair, a precise portraiture of the British aristocracy and a clear presentation of its relation to the Church, the spirit of revolution. the intrigues of the ultramontanes, the simplicity of true religion, every page splendid with wit and with picturesque charm. During another period of enforced leisure, he wrote Endymion, in which there are some slight autobiographical features. Succeeded by Mr. Gladstone as Prime Minister a half-dozen years later, Disraeli was again at the helm. The Eastern question was then one of passionate interest, and when Russia was dictating terms of peace with the Ottoman, Mr. Disraeli insisted on the revision at a conference of all the powers held at Berlin, which he attempted in person, and where he obliged Russia to yield and won a great diplomatic victory. He returned to London, said Mr. Froude, in a blaze of glory, bearing peace with honor. He was made Earl of Beaconsfield and given the Garter, and before he went into retirement again, after the nation had revived its interest in imperialism, he had acquired the mastery of the Suez Canal, and he had annexed Cyprus, and by giving the Queen the additional title of Empress of India. This child of the Orient had made of Great Britain an Oriental empire. He had ruled the country for 6 consecutive years when he next went into retirement. He died shortly afterward, from the effect of a severe cold, aggravating an attack of gout on April 19, 1881. In public or in private, Disraeli never did a dishonorable action. He never attacked the weak or the defenseless, but singled out the proudest adversary. He never held malice. His impulses were always the most generous, his ideas and his purposes of the largest. He desired in all things the good of his country, and he sought it by what seemed to him, whether or not he was mistaken, the surest and loftiest ways. End of section 29. Chapter 30 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. William Ewart Gladstone, born 1809, by Justin McCarthy. William Ewart Gladstone, statesman, orator, and author, was born in Rodney Street, Liverpool, on December 29, 1809. He is the 4th son of Sir John Gladstone, 1764 to 1851, a well-known, and it might almost be said a famous, Liverpool merchant, who sat for some years in Parliament, and was a devoted friend and supporter of George Canning. Mr. Gladstone is of Scottish descent, on both sides, and has declared more than once in a public speech that the blood that runs in his veins is exclusively Scottish. He was educated at Eton and at Christ Church, Oxford. He became a student at Oxford in 1829 and graduated as a double first class in 1831. He had distinguished himself greatly as a speaker in the Oxford Union Debating Society, and had before that time written much in the Eton Miscellany, which indeed he helped to found. He appears to have begun his career as a strong opponent of all advanced measures of political reform. In the Oxford Union he proposed a vote of censure on the government of Lord Grey for introducing the Great Reform Bill which was carried in 1832, and on the Duke of Wellington because of his having yielded to the claims for Catholic emancipation. He also opposed a motion in favor of immediate emancipation of the slaves in the West Indian Islands. He soon became known as a young man of promise, who would be able to render good service to the Conservative Party in the great struggle which seemed likely to be forced upon them, a struggle, as many thought, for their very existence. It was a time of intense political emotion. Passion and panic alike prevailed. The first great leap in the dark had been taken. The Reform Bill was carried. The scepter of power had passed away from the aristocracy and the privileged ranks to the middle and lower middle classes. The Conservative Party were looking eagerly out for young men of promise to stiffen their ranks in the new Parliament. The first elected under the Reform Bill, the first which the middle class had their due sharing in creating, the first in which such cities as Manchester and Liverpool and Birmingham were allowed to have representation. Mr. Gladstone was invited to contest the burgh of Newark in the Conservative interest, and he had the support of the great Newcastle family. He stood for Newark, and he was elected. He delivered his maiden speech on the subject connected with the great movement of the emancipation of the West Indian slaves, but he seems to have confined himself mainly to a defense of the manner in which his father's estates were managed, the course of the debate having brought out some charge against the management of the elder Gladstone's possessions in one of the West Indian islands. The new orator appears to have made a decided impression on the House of Commons. His manner, his voice, his diction, his fluency were alike the subject of praise. Mr. Gladstone evidently continued to impress the House of Commons with a sense of his great parliamentary capacity. We get at this fact rather obliquely, for we do not hear of his creating any great sensation in debate, and to this day very old members of the House insist that for a long time he was generally regarded as merely a fluent speaker, who talked like one reading from a book. But on the other hand, we find that he is described by Macaulay in 1839 as the rising hope of the stern and unbending Tories. And the whole tone of Macaulay's essay, a criticism of Gladstone's first serious attempt at authorship, his book on the relations between church and state, shows that the critic treats the author as a young man of undoubted mark and position in the House of Commons. In December of 1834, Sir Robert Peel appointed Gladstone to the office of a junior Lord of the Treasury. In the next year, Peel, who was quick to appreciate the great abilities and the sound commercial knowledge of his new recruit, gave to him the more important post of Under-Secretary for the Colonies. Gladstone looked up to Peel with intense admiration. There was much to draw the two men together: knowledge of finance, thorough understanding and firm grasp of the principles on which a nation's business must be conducted. Perhaps it may be added a common origin in the middle class. These points of resemblance might well have become points of attraction, but there were other and still higher sympathies to bring them close. The elder and the younger man were alike earnest, profoundly earnest, filled with conscience in every movement of their political and private lives. A good deal too earnest and serious, perhaps, for most of the parliamentary colleagues by whom they were surrounded. Mr. Gladstone always remained devoted to Peel, and knew him perhaps more thoroughly and intimately than any other man was privileged to do. Peel went out of office very soon after he had made Mr. Gladstone Under-Secretary for the Colonies. Lord John Russell had brought forward a series of motions on the ominous subject of the Irish Church, and Peel was defeated and resigned. It is almost needless to say that Gladstone went with him. Peel came back again in office in 1841, on the fall of the Melbourne administration, and Mr. Gladstone became Vice President of the Board of Trade and Master of the Mint, and was at the same time sworn in a member of the Privy Council. In 1843 he became President of the Board of Trade. Early in 1845 he resigned his office because he could not approve of the policy of the government with regard to the Maynooth Grant. The great struggle on the question of the repeal of the Corn Laws was now coming on. It would be impossible that a man with Mr. Gladstone's turn of mind and early training could have continued a protectionist when once he applied his intellect and his experience to a practical examination of the subject. Once again he went with his leader. Peel saw that there was nothing for it but to accept the principles of the Free Trade Party, who had been bearing the fiery cross of their peaceful and noble agitation all through the country, and were gathering adherents whenever they went. It is a somewhat curious fact that Mr. Gladstone was not in the House of Commons during the eventful session, when the great battle of free trade was fought and won. In thorough sympathy with Peel, he had joined the government again as Colonial Secretary, knowing that he could no longer be in political sympathy with the Duke of Newcastle, whose influence had obtained for him the representation of Newark. He had given up his seat, and did not come into Parliament again until the struggle was over. At the general elections in 1847, Mr. Gladstone, still accepted as a Tory, was chosen one of the representatives for the University of Oxford. Up to the time of the abolition of the Corn Laws, or at least of the movement which led to their abolition, Mr. Gladstone had been a Tory of a rather old-fashioned school. The Corn Law agitation probably first set him thinking over the possible defects of the social and legislative system, and showed him the necessity for reform, at least in one direction. The interests of religion itself at one time seemed to him to be bound up with the principles of the Tory party, and no doubt there was a period of his career when the principle of protection would have seemed to him as sacred as any other part of the creed. With a mind like his, inquiry once started must go on. There was always something impetuous in the workings of his intellect, as well as the rush of his sympathy. He startled Europe, and indeed the whole civilized world, by the terrible and only too truthful description which he gave in 1851 of the condition of the prisons of Naples under the king who was known by the nickname of Bomba, and the cruelties which were inflicted on political prisoners in particular. Again and again, in Mr. Gladstone's public life, we shall see him carried away by the same generous and passionate emotion on behalf of the victims of despotic cruelty in any part of the world. Burke himself could not be more sympathetic, more earnest, or more strong. By the death of Sir Robert Peel in 1850, Mr. Gladstone had lost a trusted leader and a dear friend, but the loss of his leader had brought Gladstone himself more directly to the front. It was not until after Peel's death that he compelled the House of Commons and the country to recognize in him a supreme master of parliamentary debate. The first really great speech made by Mr. Gladstone in Parliament, the first speech which would fairly challenge comparison with any of the finest speeches of a past day, was made in the debate on Mr. Disraeli's budget in the winter of 1852, the first session of the new Parliament. Mr. Disraeli knew well that his government was doomed to fall. He knew it could not survive that debate. It was always one of Mr. Disraeli's peculiarities that he could fight most brilliantly when he knew that his cause was already lost. That which would have disheartened and disarmed other men seemed only to animate him with all Macbeth's wild courage of despair. Never did his gift of satire, of invective, and of epithet show to more splendid effect than in the speech with which he closed his part of the debate, and mercilessly assailed his opponents. Mr. Disraeli sat down at 2:00 in the morning, and then Mr. Gladstone rose to reply to him. Most men in the House, even on the opposition side, were filled with the belief that it would be impossible to make any real impression on the House after such a speech as that of Mr. Disraeli. Long before Mr. Gladstone had concluded, everyone admitted that the effect of Mr. Disraeli's speech had been outdone and outshone. From that hour, Mr. Gladstone was recognized as one of the great historic orators of the English Parliament, a man to rank with Bolingbroke and Chatham and Pitt and Fox. With that speech began the long parliamentary duel between these two great masters of debate, Mr. Gladstone and Mr. Disraeli, which was carried on for 24 years. On the fall of the short-lived Tory administration, Lord Aberdeen came into office. He formed the famous coalition ministry. Lord Palmerston took what most people would have thought the uncongenial office of Home Secretary. Lord John Russell became Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Gladstone, who with other of the Peelites, as they were called, had joined the new administration, was Chancellor of the Exchequer. His speech of the introduction of his first budget was waited for with great expectation, but it distanced all expectation. It occupied several hours in delivery, but none of those who listened to it would have wished it to be shortened by a sentence. It may be questioned whether even the younger Pitt, with all his magic of voice and style and phrase, could lend such charm to each successive budget as Mr. Gladstone was able to do. A budget speech from Mr. Gladstone came to be expected with the same kind of keen artistic longing as waits the first performance of a new opera by some great composer. A budget speech by Mr. Gladstone was a triumph in the realm of the fine arts. The Crimean War broke up the coalition ministry, but the year 1859 saw Lord Palmerston back again in office, and Mr. Gladstone in his old place as Chancellor of the Exchequer. The budget of 1860 was remarkable, as it contained the provisions for the reduction of the wine duties, and the whole simplified system of taxation intended to apply to the commercial treaty which Mr. Cobden had succeeded in persuading the Emperor of the French to accept. Mr. Gladstone also introduced a provision for the abolition of the duty on paper, a duty which was simply a tax upon reading, a tax upon popular education. The House of Lords struck out this clause. A somewhat impassioned popular agitation followed, and in the next session the Lords passed the measure for the repeal of the duty without offering any further opposition. The death of Lord Palmerston in 1865 called Lord Russell to the position of Prime Minister, and made Mr. Gladstone leader of the House of Commons. Mr. Gladstone's mind had long been turning in the direction of an extension, or rather expansion, of the suffrage. It was assumed by everyone that Lord Russell and Mr. Gladstone, being now at the head of affairs, a reform bill would be sure to come. It did come, a very moderate and cautious bill, enlarging the area of the franchise in boroughs and counties. The Conservative Party opposed it, and were supported in their opposition by a considerable section of the Liberals, who thought the measure was going too far on the road to universal suffrage and the rule of democracy. The bill was defeated, and the Liberal statesman went out of office in 1866. Mr. Gladstone had carried his point, however, for when Mr. DISRAELI came into office, he saw that a reform bill was inevitable, and he prepared his party, or most of them, for the course which would have to be taken. In the very next session, Mr. DISRAELI introduced a reform bill of his own, which was enlarged and expanded until it became practically a measure of household suffrage for cities and boroughs. Somewhere about this time, the attention of Mr. Gladstone began to be attracted to the condition of Ireland, the distressed and distracted state of Ireland, the unceasing popular agitation and discontent, the Fenian insurrection, brought under England's very eyes by the schemes for an attack on Chester Castle. All these evidences of malady in Ireland's system led Mr. Gladstone to the conviction that the time had come when statesmanship must seek through Parliament for some process of remedy. Mr. Gladstone came after a while to the conclusion that the Protestant state church in Ireland must be disestablished and disendowed, that the Irish land tenure system must be reformed, and that better provision must be made for the higher education of the Catholics of Ireland. He made short work with the Irish state church. He defeated the government on a series of resolutions foreshadowing his policy. The government appealed to the country. The Liberals returned to power, and Mr. Gladstone became Prime Minister in 1868. In his first session of government, he disestablished and disendowed the state church in Ireland. In the next session, he passed a measure which for the first time recognized the right of the Irish tenant to the value of the improvements he had himself made at his own cost and labor. Never, probably, was there such a period of energetic reform in almost every direction as that which set in when Mr. Gladstone became Prime Minister. For the first time in English history, a system of national education was established. The Ballot Act was passed for the protection of voters. The system of purchase in the army was abolished by something, it must be owned, a little in the nature of a coup d'etat. Then Mr. Gladstone introduced a measure to improve the condition of university education in Ireland. The bill was intended almost altogether for the benefit of Irish Catholics, but it did not go far enough to satisfy the demands of the Catholics, and in some of its provisions was declared incompatible with the principles of their church. The Catholic members of the House of Commons voted against it, and with that help The Conservatives were able to throw out the bill in 1873. Mr. Gladstone tendered his resignation of office, but Mr. Disraeli declined just then to take any responsibility, and Mr. Gladstone had to remain at the head of affairs. The great wave of reforming energy had, however, subsided in the country. The period of reaction had come. The by-elections began to tell against the Liberals. Mr. Gladstone suddenly dissolved Parliament and appealed to the country. And the answer to his appeal was the election of a Conservative majority. Mr. Disraeli came back to power, and Mr. Gladstone retired from the leadership of the House of Commons in 1874. For a while, Mr. Gladstone occupied himself in literary and historical studies, and he published essays and pamphlets. But even in his literary career, Mr. Gladstone would appear to have almost kept glancing at the House of Commons, as Charles V, in his monastery, kept his eyes on the world of politics outside. The atrocious conduct of the Turkish officials in Bulgaria aroused his generous anger, and he flung down his books and rushed out from his study to preach a crusade against the Ottoman power in Europe. The waters rose and lifted him, whether he would or no, into power. The Parliament, which had gone on from the spring of 1874, was dissolved in the spring of 1880, and the Liberals came in with an overwhelming majority. The period of reaction had gone, and the period of action was come again. Mr. Gladstone had to become Prime Minister once more. His name was, to adopt the phraseology of continental politics, the only name that had come out of the voting urns. It was an unpropitious hour at which to return to office. There were troubles in Egypt. There was impending war in the Sudan and in South Africa. There was something very like an agrarian revolution going on in Ireland, and the Home Rule Party in the House of Commons was under new, resolute, and uncompromising leadership. Mr. Gladstone succeeded, nevertheless, in carrying what might be called a vast scheme of parliamentary reform, a scheme which established something very near to universal suffrage, arranged the constituencies into proportionate divisions, extinguished several small boroughs, leaving their electors to vote in their county division, and in general completed the work begun in 1832 and carried further in 1867. It is to the credit of the Conservative Party that after a while they cooperated cordially with Mr. Gladstone in his reforming work of 1885. This was a triumph for Mr. Gladstone of an entirely satisfactory character, but he had sore trials to counterbalance it. He found himself drawn into a series of wars in North and South Africa, and he whose generous sympathy had of late been so much given to Ireland, and who introduced and carried another land bill for Ireland, found that endeavoring to pass the measures of coercion, which the authorities in Dublin Castle deemed advisable, he had to encounter the fiercest opposition from the Irish members of Parliament and the vast bulk of the Irish population. That time must have been, for a man of Mr. Gladstone's nature, a time of darkness and of pain. Lord Frederick Cavendish and Mr. Burke were assassinated in Dublin. General Gordon perished at Khartoum. In the end, the Irish members coalesced with the Conservatives in a vote on a clause in the budget, and Mr. Gladstone's government was defeated. Lord Salisbury came back into office, but not just then into power. He was in a most precarious position, depending on the course which might be taken by the Irish members. He was out of office in a few months, and then the general elections came on. These elections were to give the first opportunity to the newly made voters under Mr. Gladstone's latest Reform Act, and these voters sent him back into office, and apparently into power once again. The use Mr. Gladstone made of office and of power astonished his enemies, and startled and shocked not a few of his friends. His government had had in the years between 1881 and 1884 to fight a fierce battle against the policy of obstruction organized by Mr. Parnell, the leader of the Home Rule Party. The obstruction was organized to prevent or delay the passing of coercion measures, and to force the attention of the British public to the claims of Ireland. The struggles that were carried on will be always memorable in the history of Parliament. The fiercest passions were aroused on both sides, and at one time Ireland seemed to have come to regard Mr. Gladstone as her worst enemy. Many a statesman in his place might have allowed himself to be governed by a feeling of disappointment and resentment, but when the elections under the new and extended Reform Bill were held, and the Irish Nationalist Party came back 87 members out of the whole Irish representation of 103, Mr. Gladstone made up his mind that the voice of the Irish people was in favor of Home Rule, and he resolved to stake power and popularity on acceptance of their demand. In March of 1886, he brought in a measure to give a statutory parliament to Ireland. A sudden and serious split took place in his party. Some of his most influential colleagues declared against him. The bill was rejected on the second reading, and Mr. Gladstone appealed to the country, only to be defeated at the general elections. Opinion is still divided, may be divided forever, as to the wisdom of his policy. But no impartial man can deny him the credit of his sacrifice and the sincerity of his intentions. Then the Conservative Party came back into office, and with the help of Liberals who had declined to follow Mr. Gladstone, came back with a powerful majority, Mr. Gladstone leading the opposition. At the general election of 1892, his party, including both sections of Irish nationalists, secured a majority of about 40 over the combined Conservatives and Liberal Unionists. Under his leadership, a Home Rule Bill for Ireland was passed by the Commons, in spite of the most bitter opposition. It was rejected almost unanimously by the House of Lords, and for a time it seemed probable that the Liberals would attack the very existence of that body. Perhaps this was Mr. Gladstone's intention, for he introduced several popular radical bills. But time was beginning to tell upon the grand old man. He was now 84 years old, and he felt himself unequal to the gigantic struggle. He resigned his offices and retired into private life in March of 1894. Mr. Gladstone will find his fame as a statesman and an orator. We have taken little account here of his contributions to literature, his Homeric studies, his various essays in political and literary, in ecclesiastical, and even theological criticism. For another man, these in themselves would have made a not inconsiderable reputation, but to the world they are interesting chiefly as illustrating a marvelous mental activity stretching itself out in every direction, unresting in the best sense of the word, incapable of settling down into even momentary idleness. Repos et l'or seem to have been the motto of Mr. Gladstone's career. Let rest come elsewhere. This is the world of activity and of labor. His work as a statesman has been almost unique. Probably there is no other English minister who leaves behind him so long and so successful a record of practical legislation. And, as we have seen, some of the best legislation accomplished by his political opponents was initiated by him, was his own work taken out of his hands. As a parliamentary debater, he never had a superior. It is doubtful whether he ever had an equal in the whole of the political history of the British Empire. There have been, even in our time, orators who now and then shot their arrows higher. But so ready, so skillful, and so unerring an archer as he, taken all around, never drew bow on modern parliamentary battleground. Nature had given him an exquisite voice, sweet, powerful, easily penetrating, capable of filling, without effort, any public building, however large, vibrating to every emotion. The incessant training of the House of Commons turned nature's gifts to their fullest account. He was almost too fluent. His eloquence sometimes carried him away on its impassioned tide. But his listeners were seldom inclined to find fault with this magnificent exuberance. We should be inclined to rank him as one of the greatest orators and the very greatest debater of the House of Commons. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prince von Bismarck, 1815 to 1898, by Prince Otuski. The aureole of unpopularity, which encircled Bismarck's brow during 4 short years of inaugural premiership, has to all appearance vanished, under the influence of unbroken success, making room throughout the world for a confiding deference to his capacity and forethought that every year seems to intensify. It is he, in the belief of most governments, who has preserved to them what never was more indispensable for their very existence: peace in Europe. With supreme adroitness, he avoids entanglements for himself and his country, bears many an affront patiently before retorting, keeps up the appearance of a good understanding after its substance has long passed away, but when fairly engaged in diplomatic contention, lays out his field in a manner that ensures success. People agree, therefore, that it is best to take him as he is, and it is in the nature of man, when he has once accorded that favor to a fellow creature to take him as he is, that he ends by liking him. Thus Bismarck, of all living men, the most unlikely to succeed in the race after a worldwide popularity, is probably at this moment the best-liked man in either hemisphere. His own countrymen have shown a decided indisposition to admit him among their household gods. To them, he was from the commencement of his political career the very embodiment of what had gradually become the most objectionable type of Teuton existence, the unmitigated squireen or junker. With his poverty and arrogance, with his hunger and thirst after position and good living, with his hatred for the upstart liberal burgher class. Away with the cities! I hope I may yet live to see them leveled to the ground. Is there not a ring of many centuries of social strife, so laboriously kept down by the reigning dynasty, in these stupendous words, which were pronounced by Bismarck in 1847, when among the leaders of the Conservatives, in the first embryo parliament of the Prussian monarchy? And if uncongenial to the generation of Prussians among whom he had grown up, how infinitely greater was the dislike against him of South Germans, more gifted as a rule by nature, to whom the name of Prussian is synonymous of all that is straight-laced, and overweening, and unnatural, and generally inconvenient. Little of that sentiment remains among the Germans of the present day. Such strangers as have had the opportunity of observing the attitude of the nation during the late celebration of his 70th birthday agree in declaring them to have been spontaneous, enthusiastic, and at times almost aggressive. Some tell us, to be sure, that the farther from Berlin, the more gushing has been the ecstasy. The electors of Professor Virchow and of Herr Löwe, on whose electoral districts a torchlight procession on the eve of Bismarck's birthday had to elbow its way through immense crowds, must have kept at home. The municipality of Berlin, a model body of civic administrators, sent a birthday letter to their honorary citizen, but abstained, with proper self-respect, from tendering their congratulations through a deputation. No Berlin citizen of any importance had a hand in the management of the procession. Yet if thousands kept aloof, tens of thousands shared the national enthusiasm, students of universities chiefly, but older men too, even in distrustful, radical Berlin. And as for South Germany, where the gospel of protection seems perhaps to be more firmly believed in than any other, we read of trains to Berlin taken by storm, banquets, processions, chorus singing, of real heartfelt, rapturous effervescence. There cannot be a shadow of doubt that, to numberless non-Prussians at any rate, the new era of German unity has brought a symbol of greatness not before known, and that they worship in Bismarck the hero who has given them a country to love, who has delivered them from the pettiness and self-satisfaction of Philistinism. Now, if this be so, if indeed the countries of the world at large, and Germany in particular, acknowledge him almost affectionately as the leading statesman of the day, would it not be an interesting study to examine the degree of merit due to him personally, the character of the present administration, and what lasting good or lasting evil may be expected from this new phase of European politics? The subject, though its weight and its bulk alike, excludes full treatment within the limits of an essay. Nevertheless, since it intertwines itself with nearly every other question of moment, a few remarks by an outsider may be acceptable. None but the incorrigibly childish can be inclined to ascribe to good luck a prosperous career extending over near 23 years, spent under the fiercest glare of the world's sunshine. No minister of any age was more bitterly assailed or opposed, even at the court of which he is now the acknowledged major domus in the manner of the Pepins and other tomb Mayers of the Frankish monarchy. The king's brother, Prince Charles, detested the innovator whose opinions on the necessity of Austria being removed from membership in a remodeled German confederation had for years leaked out from the despatch boxes of the Foreign Office. Even the Junkers, whose dauntless leader he had been before and after the revolutionary events of 1848, shrank instinctively from a man who could not be credited with veneration for the Holy Alliance. It is remembered in Berlin that on the nomination of one of them, while at court, a diplomatist of some standing, to the post of Undersecretary of State for Foreign Affairs, the new member of the government confessed to his friends that he accepted the post in spite of Bismarck's foreign policy, and only in consideration of his contempt for parliamentarism. The Queen, on the other hand, brought up in principles of constitutional government and strongly attached to the English alliance, viewed with horror the bold pugilist who was daily assailing not the persons only of the people's representatives, but some of the very foundations of every parliamentary edifice. Yet fiercer was the animosity shown him on every occasion by the Princess Royal of England, whose father had nearly taught her that a throne, to be safe, requires absolute solidity of institutions and agreement with the people, and who seriously trembled for the preservation of her children's future. Her husband expressed himself forcibly on a public occasion, against some reactionary measures of the government. As the court, so were the liberal parties, so the people in general. When a fanatic of the name of Kohn attempted Bismarck's life in May of 1866, there were few persons who did not regret his failure. It may be said with truth that for years 2 men only understood a portion, at least, of his political views and shared them. One was King William. Isolated as Herr von Bismarck was, he learned to rely implicitly on his sovereign's faithfulness, and has had no reason to regret his trust. For the king, though greatly his inferior in intellect, and far from unblessed with legitimist predilections, was as firmly convinced as his minister that the Confederation of German States, and Prussia herself, might be swept away unless placed upon a new footing, in one of those tornadoes which used periodically to blow across the continent of Europe. Thus the new departure was as much his own program as Bismarck's, and although he started in 1861 with a hankering after moral rather than material conquests, he gradually understood the necessity for war, and has certainly taken kindly, as the saying is, to material conquests of no inconsiderable magnitude. None even among Bismarck's modern sycophants would pretend that their hero was the inventor of German unity. Passionately, though not over-wisely, had that ideal been striven after and suffered for by the best patriots in various parts of fatherland, their vision becoming hazy just as often as they attempt to combine 2 opposite claims, that of a national texture and that of a headship of Austria, which is non-German in a majority of its subjects, and alien in nearly all its interests. The Frankfurt Parliament of 1848 marks the transition to a clear insight, inasmuch as its final performance, the Constitution of 1849, placed the new crown on the King of Prussia's head. When offered, it was haughtily declined under the applause of Bismarck and his friends. The king refused because its origin lay in a popular assembly. In Bismarck's eyes, its chief defect was that Prussia would be dictated to by the minor states. It was not until later, in 1851, when appointed Prussian ambassador to the Germanic Diet, chiefly because of his defense of the Treaty of Olmütz, which placed Prussia at the mercy of Austria, that he recognized the central point to be the necessity of thrusting Austria out of the Confederation. It is proved now that he was sagacious enough also to perceive that such a wrench would not lead to a permanent estrangement, but that Austria, removed once and for all from her incubus-like and dog-in-the-manager position within the Federate body, would become, in her own interest and that of European peace, New Germany's permanent ally. These then became the two purposes of his active life ever since the day when, at the age of 36, he obtained a share of the responsibility in the management of affairs as ambassador in Frankfurt, first to transfer Austria to a position in the East, and then to bestow upon the fatherland political unity under Prussia, the royal prerogative in the latter remaining uncurtailed, so far as circumstances would allow. 34 years have now elapsed. His opponents, in his own country or out of it, are at liberty to reiterate that he was born under a lucky star, that he merely took up the thread of German unification where the Frankfurt Parliament of 1849 had let it drop, that anybody could have utilized such mighty armaments of those of Prussia with the same effect, that, given total disregard of principle or moral obligations, the result, in the hands of any political gamester, must have been what it was. There is something to be set against each of these assertions, for it was not the goddess of fortune which pursued Bismarck in the ungainly shape of his former friend, that spiteful Prince Gortschakoff. The Frankfurt Assembly had left the Austrian riddle unsolved and apparently insoluble. There was no hand in the country firm or skillful enough, no brain sufficiently hard or enlightened as to the needs of the day, not the king's, not Count Arnheim's, not certainly that of any other known to his contemporaries. And finally, when a public man so deftly gauges the mental capacities or extent of power of his antagonists, such as Count Boost or Napoleon or Earl Russell, that he knows exactly how far he can step with safety, then such a gamester, however terrible the risks to which he may have exposed his country, is a great man. Complete unity of aims throughout, power given to carry them out, a wonderful absence of very serious mistakes, and finally a life sufficiently prolonged to admit of retrospection. In each of these respects, the career of Bismarck resembles that of Mr. Disraeli. The oft-told story of his diplomatic adventures at Frankfurt, at Vienna, at Petersburg, and at Paris, and still more of his rulership in Prussia since 1862 and Germany since 1866, has been uniform under two aspects. First, as already mentioned, in the stern continuity of his purposes, and secondly, in the mistaken view entertained regarding him at each successive period of his public life. Passing under review the whole career of this political phenomenon, you naturally pause before its strangest and its most humorous feature, that is, that although living under the closet inspection, he was misunderstood year after year. Who would, consequently, deny the possibility, at least, of Bismarck's being so misunderstood, by friend and foe, at this present moment? While those dispatches were written by him from Frankfurt, which Paschenge's researches have now exhumed, their writer was thought, by his partisans, just as much as by his enemies, to be occupied solely with strengthening the solidarity of conservative interests and the supremacy of Austria, or with spinning the rope of steel which was to strangle all parliaments in Germany. And yet we know positively at present that, with increasing vigor day by day, did he warn his government against the scarcely concealed intention of Austria, avalir la prusta borde pulla anianter, Prince Schwarzenberg's famous saying in 1851. We observe with surprise how quickly legitimist leanings disappear behind his own country's interests. We stand aghast at the irony sway obtained by so young a man over the self-conceit of a vacillating yet dogmatic and willful king, Frederick William IV. It was he whose advice, given in direct opposition to Bunsen's, led to the refusal by Prussia of the Western alliance during the Crimean War. But he did not give this advice, as German liberals then believed, out of subservience to the autocrat of the North, whose assistance his party humbly solicited in order to exterminate liberalism. He persistently gave it to thwart Austria and to preserve Prussia, then in no brilliant military condition, from having to bear the brunt of Muscovite wrath, which he cunningly judged to be of more lasting importance in the coming struggles than the friendship of Western Europe, and at a time when European politicians considered that he was the mouthpiece of schemers for a Russo-French alliance, in his repeated and successful endeavors to gain Napoleon's goodwill. He was adroitly sounding the French emperor's mind and character. He soon convinced himself that it was shallow and fantastic, and he built upon this conviction one of the most hazardous designs which ever originated in a brain observant of realities. That identical design, which eventually led Prussia some years later, first to Schleswig and then to Sadova, with the arbiter of Europe, as Napoleon was then called, stolidly looking on. And what is one to say of the 4 years of parliamentary conflicts, 1862 to 1866, during which no one doubted but that his object in life and his raison d'etre consisted in a statement of the Prussian king on the absolute throne of his ancestors, a reaction from all that was progressive to the grossest abuses of despotism. All this time he was fighting a desperate battle against backstairs influences, which with true instinct were deprecating and counteracting his schemes of aggrandizement and national reorganization. It is clear in looking back to that period, which has left such indelible marks on the judgment of many well-meaning liberals, that his exaggerated tone of aggressive defense in the Prussian Landtag, the furious onslaught of his harangues, were intended to silence the tongues at court which denounced him as a demagogue and a radical. Paradoxical as it may sound, one may safely assert that nothing more effectually helped King William in his later foreign policy than the opinion pervading all Europe in 1864 and 1866 that, having lost all hold upon the minds of his people, weakened and crippled in every sense of the word by Bismarckian folly, His Majesty could never strike a blow. There was peace and concord in Germany between 1866 and 1867. Without becoming a liberal, and while opposing every attempt to outstep certain limits, Bismarck created and rather enjoyed an alliance with a majority formed in his favor by the National Liberals and a moderate section of the Conservatives. The German Empire, proclaimed by the German sovereigns at Versailles in January of 1871, was of his creation, and while established upon somewhat novel principles of federation by a parliamentary statute, it looked to outsiders like a home for progress and liberty. There were dangers lurking, it is true, beneath many a provision of the new Constitution, such as the absence of an upper house, and the substitution in its stead of delegates from the separate governments, acting in each case according to instructions received, authorized to speak whenever they chose before the Reichstag, but deliberating separately and secretly, both upon bills to propose and upon replies to give to resolutions of the Reichstag. In fact, this Bundesrat, or Federal Council, represents the governing element under the Emperor, with functions both administrative and legislative. By an artificial method of counting, Prussia, although she would command 3/5 of all the voters by virtue of her population, has less than 1/3. Thus the possibility of an imbroglio between the governments is ever present, as well as that of a hasty vote in the popular assembly. It will never, probably, be quite understood why Prince Bismarck broke loose from a political alliance which it would seem had given no trouble whatever. In foreign affairs, the House, in its immense majority, abstained from even the faintest attempt at interference. As for patronage, it has been said that no appointment was ever solicited for anyone by a member of the Liberal party. From ministerial down to menial posts, no claim was raised, no request preferred. If the section of moderate conservatives above mentioned has furnished a few ambassadors like Prince Hohenlohe, Count Münster, Baron Keudel, and Count Stolberg, that was by the chief's free will. Why then, it has been asked, a change so absolute as the one the world has witnessed, from the saying of the Chancellor in 1877 that his ideal was to have high financial duties on half a dozen objects and free trade on all others, to one of the most comprehensive tariffs in the world 2 years later? His own and his friends' explanations are lamentably deficient. Growing anemia and impoverishment of the country, drowning of native industry by foreign manufacturers, corn imported cheaper than produced, and what not. The present writer, looking from afar, has always thought two motives to have been paramount in the Chancellor's mind, when he separated from the Liberals and became not a convinced but a thoroughgoing protectionist. It is not said that these were his only motives. Chess players knew that each important move affects not only the figures primarily attacked, but changes the whole texture of the play. First, then, and foremost, fresh sources of income were wanted to make the finances of the empire independent from the several exchequers of the states, bound by statute to make up for any deficiency pro rata parte of their population. 2 or 3 objects would have provided the needful, that is, spirits and beetroot sugar, and, with due caution, tobacco, or an imperial income tax, changing according to each year's necessities, or both systems combined. Tobacco, it is true, was tried, and the attempt failed. Spirits would bear almost any taxation, but the Chancellor does not choose to tread upon the tender toe of the great owners of land, who are potato growers, and consequently distillers on a large scale. And another important class of agriculturalists, the beetroot growers and sugar producers, were not to be trifled with either. But how about direct taxation? The manly sacrifices of free peoples, the plummet by which to sound the enlightenment of a nation. The Chancellor instinctively felt, I believe, that there he would be going beyond his depth, that under such a regime the free will of citizens must have the fullest swing. The prerogative would suffer, if not immediately, yet as a necessary sequence. And so he deliberately abandoned free trade and espoused indirect taxation and protection. Success. Let free traders say what they please on the subject. Success has accompanied Bismarck's genius on this novel field, as well as on the older fields where all mankind acknowledges his superiority. For the coffers of the empire are filling. A motley majority in the Reichstag not only accepts but improves upon his protectionist demands. He has become the demigod of the bloated manufacturing, mining, and landlord interests throughout the country. He is now about to win the last of the great industries, and the one which withstood his blandishments the longest, that is, the transoceanic carrying trade. He is credited with having improved the state of certain trades, even by such as know perfectly well that, like the former depression, the present improvement in those has been universal. The whole country is becoming protectionist. All young men, even in Hamburg and Bremen, believe in protection as the thing. The Prussian landlord whose soul was steeped in free trade, so long as Prussia was a grain-exporting country, cherishes protectionist convictions, now that she must largely import cereals. The bureaucrat who had never sworn by other economic lawgivers than Adam Smith and his followers, now accepts Professor Adolphus Wagner's ever-changing sophisms. And as for the south and the west of Germany, why, they adore the man who had fulfilled the dream of protection, in which they, as disciples of Friedrich List, had grown up. It is true that all large cities, even there, are protesting against the lately imposed and quite lately increased duties upon cereals. But then, can any good thing come out of large cities? Compared to the difficulties that impede the action of the Free Trade Party in Germany, Mr. Bright's and Mr. Cobden's uphill work sinks into insignificance. Nothing to a beginner in the study of Bismarck's character would appear so utterly puzzling as his demeanor toward the communists, socialists, or as they call themselves in Germany, social democrats. One of his most trusted secretaries is an old ally and correspondent of Herr Karl Marx, the high priest of communism, who toward the end of his London career rode the whirlwind and directed the storm of German socialism. Bismarck himself confesses to having received in private audience Lassalle, one certainly of the most capable men of modern Germany, and to whom, as its first author, a retrospective inquiry would trace back the present formidable, closely ruled organization of socialist operatives of Germany. The first minister of the Prussian crown was closeted once, people say more than once, but that does not matter, with the ablest subverter of the modern fabric of society. He found him mighty pleasant to talk to. He liked his predilection for a powerful, supreme authority overawing the organized masses, though whether he did so in the interest of a dynasty of Lassalles or of Hohenzollerns seemed to Herr von Bismarck an open question. After Lassalle's tragic death in 1864, we observe how the Prussian government, while watching with Argus eyes every excess of speech among liberals, allowed his first successors, Schweitzer and others, a vulgar set of demagogues, such license of bloody harangue as has of late years got Louis Michel into trouble in Republican France. Then we hear of nothing as between Bismarck and the Socialists for some years, the years I have described above as years of peace and concord in Germany, till suddenly, on the occasion of two attempts made in 1878 by Hodel and Nobiling against the emperor's life, he came down upon that sect as with a sledgehammer. His famous anti-socialist bill was at first rejected. It passed into law only after a dissolution, the electors having in their affectionate pity for the wounded emperor unequivocally given their verdict in favor of suppression. It has since been reaccepted 3 times by an unwilling house, and with exertions of the same man who had fostered and protected the beginnings of socialism, and who had the watchword given out at the last general elections in 1884 that His Serene Highness the Chancellor would prefer the sight of 10 social democrats to that of 1 liberal, Deutsche Freisinniger. Now, what is the clue to this comedy of errors? No mere waywardness of perversity of character, but some powerful bias, and a first cousinship in principle must account for one of the strangest anomalies in modern history. Perhaps the following consideration will render both the bias and the first cousinship at least intelligible. Prince Bismarck is a good hater. Now, if he has any one antipathy stronger than another, and that through life, is that against the burgher class, the reverse of aristocrats, the born liberals, townsmen mostly, yet not exclusively, the bourgeois, as the French call them, although, if I err not, the exact counterpart to the bourgeois species is not found on German soil. A law-abiding set, independent of government, paying their taxes, and thoroughly happy. When they, through their representatives, bade him defiance in 1862 to 1865, and thwarted his measures of coercion, his inmost soul cried, "Acquirente mauvais beau." He sent for Lassalle. He paid his successor's debts, and generally assisted the sect. So much for the bias. And now for the first cousinship. No student of history will deny that despotism, whenever it has arisen or been preserved in highly civilized communities, will extend more of a fatherly care to the masses than liberalism. This cannot be otherwise, for liberalism sets itself to educate the masses to self-responsibility and each individual to thrift and self-reliance. The sight of an able-bodied beggar is to a genuine liberal a source of anger first, and only on further contemplation, of pity. He will exert all his energies to remove every obstacle from out of the way of his poorer brethren. He will preach wise economy, and facilitate it by personal sacrifices and legislative inducements, but he will not tempt the government of his country to act as a second providence for the operative classes. quite the reverse is Bismarck's opinion. According to him, the state should exercise practical Christianity. With titanic resolution to drive out Satan through Beelzebub, he does not shrink from acknowledging and proclaiming the right of labor. There is probably nothing left to say after your lips have spoken these unholy, blood-stained words. If there was, he would be the man to say it, rather than allow himself to be outbid by mob leaders of socialistic feather. Droit au travail, forsooth. That phrase has cost thousands their lives in the Parisian carnage of June of 1848. In the mouth of Karl Marx and other outspoken champions of his cause, it means absorption by the state of all the sources of labor, such as land and factories, because by such absorption only can the state ensure work for the unemployed. In the mouth of Bismarck, it means a lesser thing, of course, in extent, but not in essence. As Chief Minister of Prussia, he has ably brought about the purchase of nearly all lines of railway within that monarchy. As Chancellor of the Empire, he has tried his very best to obtain a monopoly on tobacco. All accident insurance companies have already been ruined and their place taken, so far as accidents to factory hands, etc. are concerned, by an imperial office. His mighty hand is stretched out already to suppress and absorb all other insurances. The kingdom of the Incas in ancient Peru, as described in Prescott's volumes, has probably not done more work for its subjects than Bismarck's ideal of a German empire would do for its inhabitants. With every species of occupation or enterprise managed directly by government, why should the ruler of an empire or of a socialist republic hesitate about proclaiming a right to labor? A critic might object that its proclamation by Bismarck in 1884 was premature, inasmuch as he had failed in carrying his monopoly bill and could not be certain of success regarding other state encroachments. Granted, but a first cousinship between his views on social reform and those of Messrs. Bebel and Liebknecht is an actuality of modern Germany, and should be seen to by those who desire this central power of Europe to remain exempt from a social revolution. Cursory as this review of Bismarck's past life and present policy has of necessity been, some indulgent reader may perhaps bestow upon me, besides his thanks for having withstood the temptation to quote the pithy, and at times impassioned utterances of the wittiest man in power of the present day, just enough of his confidence to believe that I have suppressed no trait of importance. However, since there is one thing more important still than a great man, namely his country, let us not dismiss the interesting subject of this retrospect without inquiring what that country has gained and what lost through his agency. Germany possesses a federation, not constructed after any existing pattern, not made to please any theory, not the object of anybody's very passionate admiration, but accepted in order to alter, as little as possible, the accustomed territorial and political arrangements. In one sense it has no army, for the Prussian and Bavarian armies, although the empire bears the cost, still exist. In one sense it possesses not the indirect taxation, for the individual states do the collecting of custom-house duties, etc. In one sense it has scarcely any organ of administration, for the whole internal government, the schools, courts of law, and police all belong to the single states, and foreign affairs, the navy, the post office, and railways in Alsace are the only fields of imperial direct administration. Yet, what it has is valuable enough. The empire rules the army and can legislate over and control a prodigious amount of national subjects. Its foreign policy is one. The military command is one. Certain specified sources of revenues are the empire's. Patriotic aspirations are fulfilled. The individual sovereigns in Germany possess a guarantee of their status. The operative classes, an opportunity for organization and improvement on a large scale. Monarchical feeling has gained in depth, both generally and with personal reference to the emperor and to the crown prince, both representative men in the best sense of the word, and the crown prince, the most lovable man of his day. Another salutary constitutional reform, not of Bismarck's making, for he gave his consent unwillingly, and not without first having married its beauty, but yet an effect of his great deeds, is the Prussian Kreis and Provinzielle Ordnung, first introduced in 1874. No more logical deduction was possible than this commencement of decentralization within the Prussian monarchy. Before that date, provincial diets had existed for 50 years, and a kind of assembly had also managed certain affairs for the Kreis, an administrative unit smaller than an English county, and averaging about 100,000 inhabitants. In the same proportion as German unity made progress, it was believed that self-government ought to become more extensively introduced, and the tendency of the blood toward the head or capital be obviated. The example of home rule presented by the Kreis and the provinces of Prussia since this reform is not assuredly of a nature to frighten weak nerves, but much money is now usefully spent within and by the provinces independently of any decree from a central authority, and as regards willingness to work on provincial and, so to say, county boards, it is said to be beyond all praise. An English public man of high standing assured me some years ago that these Prussian beginnings of home rule had attracted the serious notice of Mr. Gladstone. I do not wonder at it. Another permanent good for which Germany seems indebted to Bismarck, and the last I will mention, is of quite modern date. I mean his colonial policy. Individual Germans have at all times and in immense numbers found their way across the sea. On the Baltic and North Sea coast, German ports, though few in number, yet command a very large trade. Next to the English, German traders form the most numerous community in every place, however remote, where business of any kind can be transacted. But to convert the inland Philistines, that vast majority of Germans who have never sniffed sea air, into enthusiasts for a colonial empire, required all Bismarck's ability and prestige. No doubt he descried in the movement a chance for a diversion of the public mind from obnoxious topics. It was useful to him to produce an impression as if the export trade, stagnating as it must under the baneful effects of modern protection, could rally under the influence of colonial enterprise. These considerations would not, however, suffice to explain his long-considered, cautious proceedings in this manner. To comprehend his motives fully, it will be necessary to admit that his prescient mind would consider the time, apparently not very far distant, when what are now styled great powers will be dwindling fast by the side of such gigantic empires as seem intent upon dividing the earth's surface between them, like England with her colonial possessions, and Russia. The effect upon this country, its foreign policy, and the very character of its inhabitants would be alike cramping, unless a way for expansion was opened for each. When the political schemes of a considerable man are subjects of speculation, it is wiser to guess at something exalted if you wish to come near the truth. So probably in this case. No doubt he too has foreseen the reaction, which at no very remote period of German history will gain a mastery over people's minds, when failures and disappointments begin to crowd around each of the present equatorial enterprises. But he believes in his countrymen's capacity to overcome failure and disappointment without recourse to costly warlike expeditions, for which Germany is unfitted by her institution of universal and short military service. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Charles Stewart Parnell, 1846 to 1891, by Thomas Davidson. Charles Stewart Parnell, the Irish politician, was born at Avondale in County Wicklow, June 28, 1846. His father belonged to an old Cheshire family, which purchased an estate in Ireland under Charles II, and from which had sprung Thomas Parnell the poet and Sir Henry Brooke Parnell, created Baron Congleton in 1841. His great-grandfather was that Sir John Parnell who was long Chancellor of the Irish Exchequer, and an active supporter of Grattan in his struggle against the Union. His grandfather, William Parnell, sat for County Wicklow, and published in 1819 a foolish political novel, anything but Irish in sentiment. His mother, Delia Tudor Stuart, was daughter of Admiral Charles Stuart of the United States Navy. He was educated at Yeovil and elsewhere in England under private masters, and was for some time a member of Magdalene College, Cambridge, but took no degree. In 1874 he became High Sheriff of County Wicklow. Next year he contested County Dublin without success, but in April 1875 was returned as an avowed Home Ruler for County Meath. He attached himself to Joseph Biggar, the member for Cavan, who was the first to discover the value of deliberate obstruction in parliamentary tactics, and during 1877 and 1878 he gained great popularity in Ireland by his audacity in the use of the new engine. There were many scenes of violence and excitement, and the new horror of all-night sittings became familiar to the House of Commons. Throughout the struggle, Parnell showed equal audacity and coolness, and acquired a masterly knowledge of parliamentary forms. Mr. Butt, the Irish leader, disapproved of this development of the active or obstructive policy, but his influence quickly gave way before Parnell's, and in May 1879 he died. The year before, Parnell had been elected president of the English Home Rule Association. He now threw himself with energy into agrarian agitation, gave it its watchword, "Keep a firm grip of your homesteads," at Westport in June, and in October was elected president of the Irish National Land League, which had been founded by Michael DeWitt. Mr. Parnell next visited the United States to raise funds for the cause, was allowed, like Lafayette and Kossuth, to address Congress itself, and carried home £70,000. At the general election of 1880, he was returned for the counties of Meath and Mayo and for the city of Cork, and chose to sit for the last. He was now formally elected chairman of the Irish Parliamentary Party by 23 votes, over 18 for Mr. Shaw. And in a speech at Ennis, September 19, 1880, he formulated the method of boycotting as an engine for punishing an unpopular individual. Mr. Gladstone's government now came to the conclusion that the objects of the Land League were contrary to the law, and in December put Parnell and several other members of the executive on trial. But the jury finally failed to agree. Next session, the government brought in a coercion bill, but Mr. Parnell opposed vigorously. In the course of the struggle, he was ejected from the House after a stormy scene, together with 34 of his followers, February 3, 1881. Mr. Gladstone next carried his famous land bill, but this Parnell refused to accept as a final settlement until the result of certain test cases before the new land court was seen. On October 13th, Mr. Gladstone sent him to Kilmainham jail, and there he lay till released on May 2, 1882, after some private negotiations with the government conducted through the medium of Captain O'Shea. Mr. Forster resigned the Irish secretaryship in consequence of the release, and next followed the terrible tragedy of Phoenix Park, of which Parnell, in his place in the House of Commons, expressed his detestation. The Crimes Act was now hurried through Parliament in spite of the strenuous opposition of the Irish party. Already the Land League had been proclaimed as an illegal association after the issue of the No Rent Manifesto. But early in 1884, the Nationalists succeeded in reviving it under the name of the National League, and Mr. Parnell was elected its president. The year before, the sum of $35,000, mostly raised in America, had been presented to him by his admirers. After an unsuccessful attempt to make terms with the Conservatives, in the course of which he had a famous interview with Lord Carnarvon, the Viceroy, Parnell flung his vote, now 86 strong since the lowering of the franchise, into the Liberal scale, and so brought about the fall of the short-lived first Salisbury government. Mr. Parnell nominated the greater number of nationalist candidates for the Irish constituencies, and the firm hand with which he controlled his party was seen in the promptitude with which he crushed a revolt of Healy and Biggar against his nomination of Captain O'Shea for Galway. Mr. Gladstone's views on the question of Home Rule had by this time undergone a complete change, and accordingly he introduced a Home Rule Bill which was defeated owing to the defection of a large number of Liberal members headed by Lord Hartington and Mr. Chamberlain. The consequent appeal to the country, July 1886, gave Lord Salisbury a Unionist majority of over 100 votes, and threw Parnell into a close alliance with Mr. Gladstone and the portion of the Liberal party that adhered to him. It was at this period that the Times newspaper published its series of articles entitled Parnellism and Crime, a tremendous indictment against the chief nationalist leaders, the most startling point in which was a series of letters published in facsimile, one signed by Parnell, expressing approval of Mr. Burke's murder. After an elaborate trial, extending to 128 days, the most sensational event in which was the breakdown under cross-examination and the flight and suicide at Madrid of Pigot, the wretched Irishman who had imposed upon the Times with forgeries, Mr. Parnell was formally cleared of the charge of having been personally guilty of organizing outrages, but his party were declared to have been guilty of incitements to intimidation, out of which had grown crimes which they had failed to denounce. Parnell now began an action against the Times, which was quickly compromised by a payment of £5,000. The uncrowned King of Ireland had now reached the summit of his power. The height of the wave was marked by the presentation of the Freedom of Edinburgh, July 30th, 1889, and the banquet given him on his 44th birthday. But his fall in public esteem was quickly to follow. A few months later, his frequent mysterious absences from his parliamentary duties were explained by his appearance, or rather his non-appearance, as co-respondent in a divorce case brought by Captain O'Shea against his wife. After formal evidence was given by the petitioner, the usual decree was granted with costs against Parnell, November 17, 1890. The Gladstonian party in England now demanded his retirement from the leadership of the cause, and Mr. Gladstone informed the Irish members that they must make their choice between Parnell and himself. They met and reappointed him with their chairman, expecting, as the majority explained later, that after this recognition of his past services, he would voluntarily retire, at least for a time. But they had not calculated upon the characteristic obstinacy of his nature, and quickly found that their leader had no mind to efface himself. After some days of profitless and heated wrangling, the majority ended the discussion by leaving the room, and electing Justin McCarthy as their chairman. Parnell, with the shattered remnants of his party, now carried the warfare into Ireland, where his condemnation by the Irish bishops and the emphatic defeat of his nominees for North Kilkenny and North Sligo showed that a large number of his fellow countrymen shared the judgment of his conduct pronounced by Mr. Gladstone and the party in England. The career of the man who had forced the issue of Irish Home Rule upon the English people, and made it the great question of the day, was drawing rapidly to its close. He died October 6, 1891. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. William McKinley, 1843 to 1901, by Rossiter Johnson. With all the opportunities that our great republic offers to native ability and energy, for attaining the highest civic prizes without extraneous assistance or arbitrary distinction, we have produced no more perfect example of a happy result than the career of William McKinley. European critics who are unwilling to see anything good in democracy are fond of repeating certain disparaging assertions concerning American life, activities, and government. They represent us as virtually a plutocracy. But Mr. McKinley never was rich, and never was under the slightest suspicion of using his great office to acquire wealth. They say we are rude and vulgar, but Mr. McKinley was as courteous and as gentle as the most fastidious could wish. They say we are ignorant of all but the most sordid affairs. But he was thoroughly educated, and probably there are not half a dozen statesmen in Europe who know as much of his country as he knew of theirs. They point with a sneer at the divorce laws of some of our states, and infer therefrom the direst things with regard to our domestic life. But Mr. McKinley's devotion to his wife and his home was known and admired of all. Moreover, there is not a sovereign in Europe, though some of them command vast armies, that ever had been within reach of an enemy's guns. But William McKinley carried a musket in the great Civil War, won promotion by merit, and participated in hotter battles than Europe has seen since Waterloo. This man came of Scottish ancestry, the earliest records of the family dating from 1547. The crest of the clan was a mailed hand holding an olive branch, and the motto was, "Not too much." William, father of the president, was born in Mercer County, Pennsylvania in 1807, and 2 years later the family removed to Columbiana County, Ohio, where in 1829 he married Nancy Campbell. 9 children were born of this union, of whom William Jr. was the 7th. The future president was born in Niles, Trumbull County, Ohio, January 29, 1843. His grandfather and his father were iron manufacturers. His father was a Whig and a protectionist. The family were Methodists. William McKinley, Jr. was sent to the public school in Niles till 1852, when his father removed to Poland, where he studied at the seminary. He is said to have excelled in mathematics and languages, but was specially noted for his activity and ability in the debating club. Here he was prepared for college, and in 1860 he entered the junior class at Meadville, Pennsylvania. But the boy had worked too hard and steadily, and in a little while he was obliged to give up his studies and seek a change. He taught for a time in public school, and then became a clerk in the Poland post office. And here came the turning point in his life. The irrepressible conflict, foretold by our poets and dreaded by our statesmen, broke out in the spring of 1861. The Great Civil War, which lasted 4 years and cost 400 lives for every day of its duration, appealed to the young manhood of the country as nothing else ever had, and while it sent many to the grave, and changed all the scheme of life for others, it opened for still others such careers as without it would have been impossible. William McKinley, Jr., then 18 years of age, was one of the first in his town to enlist for the defense of the Republic. He became a private in the 23rd Ohio Infantry, and in this he was exceedingly fortunate, as it was one of the best regiments in the service, and numbered among its officers several who became famous. William S. Rosencrantz was the colonel, Stanley Matthews the lieutenant colonel, and Rutherford B. Hayes the major. In the 4 years of its service, that regiment mustered, first and last, 2,095 men. It marched hundreds of miles, and it was in 19 battles, and 169 of its men were killed. Young McKinley was one of the model soldiers of the regiment. General Hayes said, "We soon found that in business and executive ability he was of unusual and surpassing capacity for a boy of his age. When battles were to be fought, or a service was to be performed in warlike things, he always took his place." McKinley said, in after years, that he looked back with pleasure upon the 14 months that he carried a musket in the ranks, for they taught him many things. The regiment was sent into West Virginia, and its first engagement was at Carnifax Ferry. In the summer of 1862 it was ordered to Washington, and a few days after its arrival it joined the Army of the Potomac, which was then moving northward to head off the Army of Northern Virginia, which was bent upon an invasion of the northern states. The crash of arms came at South Mountain, September 14th, and Antietam, September 17th. At South Mountain, the regiment made 3 successful charges and lost heavily, Antietam was the bloodiest day of the war. More than 2,000 men on each side were killed on the field, and the 23rd Ohio was in the hottest of the fight, holding its position from morning till evening unrelieved. Private McKinley, meanwhile, had made commissary sergeant, and his place was with the supplies in the rear. He pressed a few stragglers into his service and got ready a dinner for the regiment, with hot coffee, and loaded it into 2 wagons. With these he drove upon the field under fire. The enemy's shots struck down the mules of one wagon, but with the other he reached his comrades on the firing line, who gave a great shout of welcome when they saw him. He walked along the line and fed every man with his own hand. There is no record that such a thing ever was done before or since. For the service he was made a 2nd lieutenant, and in the following February he was promoted to 1st lieutenant. The regiment was but a part of the force that headed off Morgan in his raid into Ohio, fought him at Buffington's Ford, and finally captured him. After that it took part in a series of battles in the mountains and in the Shenandoah Valley. At Cloyd's Mountain, after a wonderful march through ravines and dense woods, they burst into the enemy's camp, McKinley leading his company, which was the first to leap over the fortifications and silence the guns. At Winchester in July of 1864, General Crook's army of 6,000 men was attacked by Early's of 20,000 and compelled to retreat. A West Virginia regiment failed to fall back with the rest, and Lieutenant McKinley was ordered to bring it off. Major Hastings says, "None of us expected to see him again as we watched him push his horse through the open fields. Once he was completely enveloped in the smoke of an exploding shell. He brought off the regiment and led it to its place in the marching column, and a little later he found opportunity to perform another peculiar service. As they continued their retreat down the valley, they came upon 4 guns with caissons that had been abandoned. Lieutenant McKinley asked for permission to bring them off, and received it, though his superior officers would not order the tired men to undertake the task. 'I think the 23rd will do it,' said the young lieutenant, and when he called for volunteers, every man in his company came forward, and the guns were saved. The next day he was promoted to captain. He again distinguished himself in the battles of Berryville, Fisher's Hill, and Opequan. He was now on General Crook's staff, and at the bloody battle of the Opequan occurred an incident that showed the young officer capable of becoming a successful commander. He was sent with an order to General Duval to move his brigade to a position on the right of the 6th Corps. The general asked, "By what route?" and the captain suggested, "I would move up this creek." The general, ignorant of the ground, refused to move without definite orders. "Then," said McKinley, who knew that there was an urgent need of the movement, "by command of General Crook, I order you to move your command up this ravine to a position on the right of the army." The movement was made at once, and proved successful. McKinley was also in the fierce fight at Cedar Creek, and afterward served on Hancock's staff. In March of 1865, he received from President Lincoln a commission as major by brevet for gallant services. With so much of manly character developed at the age of 22, and so much experience in the greatest conflict of modern times, he turned to the study of law, first in an office and then in the Albany Law School, and was admitted to the bar in 1867. He settled in Canton, which was thenceforth his home, and there in 1871 he married a Miss Ida Saxton, who was cashier in her father's bank. Their devotion for 30 years, and the tenderness and constancy with which he watched over her in the latter years when she was an invalid, form a chapter that can never be mentioned without touching the hearts of their countrymen. Mr. McKinley made his first political speech in 1867, and in 1869, as a Republican, was elected prosecuting attorney for Stark County. In 1875, he made effective speeches for honest money and the resumption of specie payments, and in 1876 he was elected to the Congress by a large majority. He was re-elected 6 times, but in 1890 was defeated by the gerrymandering of his district. In 1891, he was nominated for governor of Ohio and was elected by a plurality of 21,500. He was re-elected in 1893 by a plurality of more than 80,000. In Congress, he had been a prominent debater on many important questions, but he was chiefly conspicuous as an advocate of protection, and as chairman of the Committee of Ways and Means, he was largely the author of the Tariff Bill of 1890, which bears his name. It was slow work getting the bill through Congress, and it did not become a law until October. The most amazing misrepresentations of it were set afloat, and it had not time to vindicate itself before the congressional elections came on in November, when the party that had carried it through was overwhelmingly defeated. During these years, Mr. McKinley was almost constantly in the field as a political speaker, and he became known as one of the most popular and effective that our country has produced. It is computed that he addressed a larger number of men from the platform than any other man that ever lived. He was a delegate to several national conventions of his party, and in 1888 and again in 1892 there was a strong movement to give him the presidential nomination. But he decisively suppressed it each time. On the first occasion because he had gone there as a friend and supporter of John Sherman, and on the second because he declared that President Harrison was entitled to renomination. In 1896 he was unanimously nominated on the first ballot. One circumstance that pointed him out as the logical candidate was the fact that his tariff bill had been replaced by one that proved a complete failure. The most exciting question in the canvass was that of free coinage of silver. Mr. McKinley was on a platform that declared for the gold standard, and his opponent, William J. Bryan, was on one that declared for free and unlimited coinage of silver at the ratio of 16-1. Mr. McKinley was elected by a plurality in the popular vote of more than 600,000, and in the Electoral College by 271 to 176. In 1900, he was renominated, and his opponent, as before, was Mr. Bryan, the issues being the same. This time, Mr. McKinley had a plurality in the popular vote of more than 800,000, and in the Electoral College had 292 to 155. In the canvass of 1896, Mr. McKinley announced that he would make no electioneering tour. But the people were determined to hear him, and they went to Canton in large delegations and excursions from all parts of the country. From his doorstep he made more than 300 addresses, speaking thus to 750,000 persons. There was scarcely any repetition, yet every speech was an admirable specimen of argument and oratory. Immediately after his inauguration, he called a special session of Congress to revise the tariff, and the new bill was put through in time to have a fair chance to vindicate itself before new elections occurred. The other notable event in the first year of his administration was the Treaty for Annexation of the Hawaiian Islands, which he signed in June, but which was not confirmed by the Senate till a year later. In 1898 occurred the most important event in American affairs since the Civil War, the war with Spain. This arose from the intolerable condition of things in Cuba, where the Spanish authorities, endeavoring to suppress the last of many insurrections, had resorted to the most cruel measures, which entailed horrible suffering upon the women and children, and the feeling was intensified by the blowing up of the battleship Maine in the harbor of Havana, February 15, 1898. President McKinley did his utmost to prevent actual war, and when he saw that to be inevitable, he delayed it as long as possible and pushed on the preparations for it with all practicable speed. On April 11th, he sent to Congress a message on the subject, and on the 20th he signed a joint resolution declaring that the people of Cuba ought to be free and independent, and demanding that the government of Spain relinquish its authority over that island. Diplomatic relations were broke off at once, and a state of war was declared. 10 days later, an American fleet, commanded by Commodore George Dewey, entered the harbor of Manila, destroyed a Spanish fleet, and silenced the shore batteries without losing a vessel or a man. On July 3rd, another American fleet destroyed another Spanish fleet that had run out of the harbor on Santiago, Cuba, and was trying to escape westward. In this action again, the Americans lost not a single vessel and but one man. 2 days earlier than this, the American land forces that had been approaching the defenses of Santiago on the east advanced to the final assault, and after bloody fighting at San Juan Hill and El Caney, they were victorious. The invasion and capture of the island of Puerto Rico soon afterward ended the war in the West Indies. In August, the American land forces that had been sent to the Philippines captured the city of Manila and its garrison. Peace soon followed, and by the treaty signed in Paris December 10th, Spain relinquished her sovereignty over Cuba and ceded to the United States, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines, receiving $20 million as an indemnity for her expenditures in the last named islands. President McKINLEY traveled extensively during his term of office, spoke many times in nearly every state, and was probably more generally beloved by the people than any of his predecessors. He visited the Pan American Exposition at Buffalo in September of 1901, and on the 5th delivered a notable speech which was admired and commented upon all over the world. The next day, when he was holding a reception in the Temple of Music on the Exposition grounds, he was treacherously shot by an anarchist and wounded, so that, in spite of the immediate services of the most skillful surgeons, he died on the 14th. His amiable and dignified character was conspicuous to the last. When he saw the crowd about to kill the assassin on the spot, he exclaimed, "Let no one hurt him." To the surgeons, he said, "I wish you to do whatever in your judgment is best." When his last hour came, he was heard softly chanting his favorite hymns, "Nearer, my God, to thee," and "Abide with me." And his last words were, "It is God's way. His will be done. Goodbye, all. Goodbye." Thus passed away this wonderful man, this model American, worthy of a place in history beside Washington and Lincoln. He had fought like a hero. He had wrought like a genius. And he lived like a patriot. He died like a philosopher. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Grover Cleveland, born 1837, by Clarence Cook. The history of our country discovers so many instances of men who have risen from humble beginnings to posts of honor and influence by their own energy, industry, and steadiness of purpose, that a fresh illustration, while always sure of sympathy, no longer causes surprise. But one element of interest always remains: the variety of character which makes each new arrival at the goal an illustration of human capacity different from all that have preceded it. As no two men are alike, and as the conditions of life are infinitely various, the outcome of character and disposition, as affected by circumstances, will also be infinitely varied, and the discovery that every human experience puts the possibilities of life in a new light makes, perhaps, the greatest charm of biography. The life of Grover Cleveland is one that has appealed by its lessons to a large body of his countrymen, without distinction of party, for the plain reason that he is not removed from the mass of men by the profession of extraordinary faculties. He has no genius, unless we accept Goethe's dictum that genius is only the capacity for hard work. He has no ornamental accomplishments. In social intercourse, he does not shine by wit, nor charm by humor. And we have too often to regret that tact seems to have been wanting among his natal gifts. In these respects, he is himself one of the plain people, in whom he seems almost to be interested, and whose welfare he has always in view. And as the plain people, fortunately, make up the bulk of the world, the example of one of our own number rising, unaided by friends or fortune, to so high a position, has in it great encouragement. In spite of political differences, which after all are largely fostered by politicians for their own advantage, the people at large are quick to recognize the sterling qualities of honesty, industry, and plain dealing, and it is by these qualities that Mr. Cleveland's career has been determined, although we Americans have rather ostentatiously it might be confessed, declared our indifference to ancestry? That our boast is not that we deduce our birth from loins enthroned and rulers of the earth? Yet we all have an innate conviction that there is something pleasant in knowing that we come of good stock, and indeed it would be strange if we valued that recommendation little for ourselves, as human beings, which we prize so much in the animals that serve us. Although it has been left for others to make the discovery, the fact is not without interest that the American branch of the family to which the President belongs runs back to 1635, when Moses Cleveland came to Massachusetts from Ipswich in Suffolk County, England. The spelling Cleveland, Cleveland, is still retained by some of the collateral branches of the family on this side the water, but the form Cleveland, Cleveland, was in common use in England, and it was so that John Cleveland, the Royalist poet, wrote the name. It may be said in passing that it would not be without interest to discover, if possible, if there were any connection between the family of John Cleveland and that of Grover Cleveland's English ancestors, for the resemblance between the characters of the two men is striking, and as honorable as it is striking. As we read John Cleveland's appeal to Cromwell for freedom and immunity after the death of the king, to whose cause the poet had so devotedly adhered until that cause was hopelessly lost, we seem to hear the prophecy of that boldness, that honesty, fearless of consequences, that refusal to withdraw or apologize for sentiments honestly held and openly maintained, which are so characteristic of one who may easily be an offshoot of that vigorous stem. The President's grandfather, William Cleveland, was a watchmaker doing business at Westfield, Massachusetts, but on his marriage with Margaret Valley of Norwich, Connecticut, he went there to live, and it was there that his son, Richard Valley Cleveland, was born. According to the old system, it was decided by his family to make a clergyman of Richard Cleveland, and accordingly, after making his term at Yale College and studying divinity at Princeton, he entered the ministry, and having made some preliminary trials, was finally settled in charge of the Presbyterian Church in the village of Caldwell, Essex County, New Jersey. And in this place his son, Stephen Grover Cleveland, was born March 18th, 1837. The name of Stephen Grover was given out of respect to the memory of a clergyman, Stephen Grover, who preceded his father in the charge of his new parish. When the boy was only 4 years of age, Richard Cleveland accepted a call to what was then almost the frontier settlement of Fayetteville, Onondaga County, New York. Here the Cleveland family remained for 11 years, making the most of life, and winning from the meager salary of $600 earned by the father a harvest of cheerful content, of homely comfort, and of unselfish mutual affection that might well be envied by many whose means are far greater. The children were blessed in their parents, and the parents were rewarded by the love and devotion of their children. Later in life, on the day of his election to the governorship of New York, in a letter to his elder brother, the Reverend William N. Cleveland, Grover Cleveland showed where his heart was, for his first words express a quiet regret that his mother's recent death had made it impossible to make her the recipient of his deepest feelings, of his hopes and fears on this important event in his life. And at the close of the letter he again recurs to the theme as if the memory of his mother were part and parcel of his life. In 1851, Richard Cleveland, with his wife and 9 children, left Fayetteville for Clinton, Oneida County, New York, where he was to act as the agent for the American Home Missionary Society with a salary of $1,000 a year. But of more importance than this modest increase of pay was the opportunity the new place offered for giving his children a better education than they had been able to get at Fayetteville. Grover did not leave Fayetteville with the rest of the family, because he had engaged himself for a year with the keeper of a grocery store in the village, where he was to receive the sum of $50 for the first year and $100 for the second. At the end of the first year, however, his father, ambitious for his boy's education, sent for him and placed him at the academy in Clinton, where he was to be fitted to enter Hamilton College in due time. But this larger opportunity he was not to enjoy. His father received a call to take charge of a church at Holland Patent in a village near Utica, New York, and the whole family left their home in Clinton for this place. But only 3 weeks after their arrival, the father died, October 1st, 1853, and the wife, with so many of the children as still remained at home, were left to support life as their scanty means enabled them. The mother, evidently a woman of much force of character, remained on the rock where the waves of changing fortune last flung her, and by her own efforts and the willing hands of her children, kept the family together, until, her loving duty done by all that remained to her, she died in 1882, living happily long enough to see the beginning of her high hope for her son Grover fulfilled in his honorable career as mayor of Buffalo. Grover Cleveland was now to exchange for a short time the quiet life of a country village for the more stirring experience of life in a great city. His brother William, after leaving Hamilton College, had obtained employment as an instructor in the Institution for the Blind in New York City, where he was the principal of the male teachers. After the death of his father, he secured for his brother Grover the place of bookkeeper and assistant to the superintendent of the asylum. The boy came to his new place, not only with the good character given him by his brother, then as now a man much respected by his associates, but with the good word of all with whom he had been connected, whether as schoolboy or as workboy. Grover Cleveland left New York in the autumn of 1854, at the end of his year's engagement at the Institution for the Blind. He returned to his mother's home for a brief visit, and then, with the hope of making a beginning in the profession of the law, which he for some time intended to take up, he visited some of the towns where his family was known, Syracuse and Utica, in the hope of finding employment. But as no opening presented itself, he determined to visit Cleveland, a town named for one of his family. He stopped on his way at Buffalo to visit an uncle, Lewis F. Allen, a well-known farmer, who published each year a compilation made by himself, the American Shorthorn Herd Book. Pleased with his young relative, Mr. Allen persuaded him to remain in Buffalo and assist him in his work. And thus it happened that Grover Cleveland found himself planted in a city with which in time his fortunes and his fame were to become closely associated, while on the other hand the results of that connection to the city itself were to be far-reaching and of great importance. By the recommendation of his uncle, he obtained a place as office boy in the office of Bowen and Rogers, one of the principal firms of lawyers in western New York. It was thus that he began his legal studies, reading hard in all his odd moments, and in his spare time, after office hours, assisting his uncle, with whom at first he lived, in the compilation of the Herd Book. Mr. Parker tells us that the first appearance in print of Grover Cleveland's name is in the Herd Book for 1861, in which Mr. Allen expresses his acknowledgment of the kindness, industry, and ability of his young friend and kinsman in correcting and arranging the pedigrees for publication. Prompt to seize every opportunity for increasing his knowledge of the world about him, and feeling perhaps that his uncle's farm in the outskirts of Buffalo was too much like the village he had left, he took rooms with an old schoolmate from Fayetteville in the old Southern Hotel in Buffalo, at that time a resort for drovers and farmers, where his knowledge of their business, obtained in his uncle's employ, brought him into closer acquaintance with at least one division of the plain people than could have been gained without that experience. Grover Cleveland was admitted to the bar in 1859. He did not at first begin the practice of law on his own account, but remained for 4 years longer with his teachers, until he had gained the position of chief clerk. In 1858, on coming of age, he cast his first vote, giving it to the Democratic Party. But not content with the mere performance of this part of the citizen's duty, he took his place at the polls, and throughout the day distributed ballots by the side of the veterans of his party. This habit, says Mr. Parker, he kept until his election as governor. He was never a partisan, but he believed in working for his party, and he not only worked for it at the polls, but he always marched in the procession whenever a great Democratic demonstration was made. On January 1st, 1863, Mr. Cleveland began his first independent work as a lawyer, and on leaving the office of the firm that had been his teachers and associates, he accepted the office of Assistant District Attorney of Erie County, to which he had been appointed. For this, he gave up a salary of $1,000 and took one of $600. But he did this because he saw that the training and experience of such an office would be worth more to him than money. It was while he held this office that he was drafted into the Army, and being convinced that he was more useful in his office than he could be as a soldier, he sent a substitute, borrowing the money for the bounty from his superior, the district attorney. This money, says Mr. Parker, he was not able to pay back until the close of his term as assistant district attorney, and until the war itself was over. Two of his brothers entered the Army in 1861 and served through the war. From this time, Mr. Cleveland's rise was rapid and made by great strides, each new position the result of the satisfactory way in which he had filled the one previously held. He was indeed defeated in his first contest, that for District Attorney of Erie County. In 1870, he accepted the nomination of his party for the office of Sheriff of Erie County. It was not unusual for lawyers to accept this office, and Mr. Cleveland did not take it until after much deliberation and consultation with his party friends. He was finally moved to accept the nomination for the practical reasons that the place would give him leisure from much-needed study in his profession, and that it would also enable him to lay up a little money. He held the office for the full term, and returned to the practice of the law in 1874, becoming a member of the firm Bass, Cleveland, and Bissell. Mr. Bass was the opponent who had defeated him in the contest for district attorney, and Mr. Bissell is now the Postmaster General in the cabinet of his former law partner. In 1881, Mr. Cleveland was nominated for the office of Mayor of Buffalo, and was elected by a majority of 3,500, the largest which had ever been given in Buffalo for that office. It was a time of great excitement, for the government of the city had fallen into very bad hands, and in the election of Mr. Cleveland, party lines were disregarded to an unusual degree. His fearless and energetic administration for this office, his resolute refusal to give any support to those fictions of politicians and office holders by which the citizens in all our great municipalities are robbed of their rights and their money, his obstinate vetoing of one proposed law after another by which these people hoped to gain their ends, vetoes for which he always gave his reasons in the plainest words, meant to be understood by the plainest people, his determination, in short, to be true to his principle declared on taking office, that the affairs of government were to be managed as a man would manage his private business, all this fixed the eyes of the people upon him as a man to be entrusted with still graver responsibilities. In 1882, Mr. Cleveland was nominated for the high position of Governor of New York, in opposition to Charles J. Folger, a man of high character, formerly Chief Justice of the Court of Appeals, and at the time of the contest, Secretary of the Treasury under President Arthur. For reasons into which we cannot enter here, but which, though purely political, gave good cause for public discontent, Mr. Folger's nomination roused the determined opposition of many of his own party, and this defection, added to the united enthusiasm of the democracy, ensured Mr. Cleveland's election by 192,854 votes more than they were cast for Mr. Folger. Mr. Cleveland administered the office of governor in such a way as greatly to strengthen the admiration of his party, especially of the better portion of it, in spite of the fact that partisan advantages were often lost by Mr. Cleveland's independent and patriotic action. Nor can it be doubted that his election to the presidency which followed was the fruit of the experience the people had had of his character while in the governor's chair. That campaign was one of the most interesting, and we may say one of the most valuable morally, that has been waged in our day in this country. So far as mere votes were concerned, it was not such a victory as that for the governorship, but in its political meaning, in its influence on the course of our history, It was of the first importance. At the close of his first term of office as president, Mr. Cleveland was again nominated, but was defeated by his opponent, Mr. Harrison. Yet when the time for choosing a successor to Mr. Harrison came around, Mr. Cleveland was again nominated, and was elected, defeating Mr. Harrison in his turn. The vote on this last occasion was so overwhelmingly in favor of the Democratic Party as to have amounted virtually to a political revolution. But the limitation and character of this sketch do not permit us to go into discussion of it. Our purpose has been to show the elements of character that have gone to make the truly extraordinary success that has marked Mr. Cleveland's political life. That success has not been due to genius, nor to social or personal advantages. It has been due to nobler causes. It is the result of sterling and well-tried honesty, of hard and unremitting labor, applied to the understanding of every question coming before him for decision, and of a resolute independence. His fixed belief that because right is right to follow right were wisdom in the scorn of consequence. End of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne.